I'm your favorite streamer, Bubba. Thank you, my dude.
I've forged a few fineries. No harm.
What's up, guys? You watch me while you're at work? That's cool that your boss lets you watch Twitch at work.
Where to?
Bro, I forgot to ascend again. You guys are at work too? I'll allow it, guys. My God, I love that notification so much. Despo, thanks for the prime, man. What's up?
A practitioner of the dark arts. Who wins is barely a reputable streak. Coagulated masses before you.
Is Path of Exile 2 free? The game is going to be free on launch. It is also free to play this weekend. But right now you have to pay for early access. So on launch it will be free. If you want to play the early access, it costs money. But this upcoming weekend for the Druids is free. Can't press the switch. There we go. Talkative Try is doing the interview today.
Oh, wipe that smile off your face.
Well, I guess let's give him 300 crit. That seems terrifying. Can't wait to fight Tornado Bird and get one-shotted. Today is going to be a food-related interrogation day. People are going to interrogate me about food. I mean, I'm always ready. Did I see the new notes? No. Are the new notes in a different color or something, or where are the new notes? 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 Does Rax actually look at YouTube chat? No, he don't. Lol. Ugh. I just joined his channel. I never got a thank you, but I'm still watching him. Says a lot. Lol. All right. Well, we're going to solve this. Hey. Cyborg. Thank you for joining my YouTube. You even subbed to my YouTube. Thank you. And you're going to want to cancel that sub now because you just got permabanned. Bye. Okay, back to the patch notes, guys. Where are the updates to the patch notes? Cancel that sub to me, please. If I could refund you at the very bottom, thank you. Here. What did he do? He complained. He said, I don't care about YouTube chat. And he said that him joining my stream and me not acknowledging him says a lot. So, guys, I've been streaming for 7 straight years. I appreciate everybody being here, honestly, just as much as I ever did on day one. But there is one difference between me now and me 7 years ago. I have a zero tolerance policy for people walking into my stream and insulting me or insulting other people in the chat. It's just a permaban. There's no warning. There's no timeout. There's no dialogue. It's a permaban instantly. That's the way it goes. Okay. This is good. I'm top 3 on your Twitch recap. My man, thank you so much, man. I have multiple accounts. Carson, I can ban you much faster than you can switch. I can ban you a lot faster than that, man. Watch. See how fast that was? All right. Yeah, there are new patch notes. We're reading them here. It doesn't look like... I'll say this every time I ban someone until the end, my last streaming day. I think I'm so easy to get along with, man. All you have to do is not be an asshole to me or other people, and almost anything else goes. That's literally like the only rule. I really, really strongly believe I'm so easy to get along with, man. It's not that hard. Do you guys know when the interview starts? I was #1 on YouTube. On your YouTube. Kyle's going straight to heaven, guys. Thank you, Kyle. 12 Pacific. All right, so that's in 3 hours. How long is the migration once season ends? Well, the server usually goes down for a little bit to give the patch, and then they serious question, do you mix your spaghetti and pasta sauce in the pot, or do you pour the pasta sauce naked on the spaghetti in the plate? I actually learned this from my mom, who learned it from my Uncle Ken, who was a professional chef, actually. How you serve it initially, either way works. You can put it separate or you can combine it. When you store it, it's way better to combine it. The reason why is if you keep them in separate containers and then you heat it up, every time without exception, you'll have a big pool of sauce at the bottom of the bowl, which is very weird. You can either stir it up after you heat it to mix it, but that feels kind of bad, or you can like strangely drain it out of the side of the bowl. However, if you mix the noodles and the sauce, it won't do that at all. Mix the noodles in the sauce, heat it up, no pool of liquid at the bottom of the bowl. So my family always makes it separately. They might assemble it beforehand or not, doesn't matter. But when they store it, they always combine it. You keep the sauce separate and make new noodles? Nah, man, that's way too much work. That's not efficient. Too many steps, just order from Uber Eats. New noodles? You guys are making noodles twice? That is not the way. Make noodles twice? The Searing Touch now has ignites, so we now have an ignite proliferation. So it looks like they're going through a lot of these changes, or a lot of these uniques, and making them more viable. This sounds like a nerf to bows, does it not? Instead of getting a guaranteed extra arrow, we only get 50%. But we get a little bit more attack speed and a little bit more damage. Okay, so we got some new patch notes. None of this seems earth-shattering, right? None of that. See, I just read the whole thing. None of it. They buffed uniques. They made some changes to the base damages of like quarterstaffs and bows. A little bit of a nerf to bows, but nothing. They gave you more attack speed and more damage, but they only gave you 50% chance for an additional arrow.
75, let's go.
Are you guys saying the Crow PJ got DC'd Maxim 75 months Maxim? Are you fisting me at T2? T2 from PJ as well. Thank you guys. Non-PoE question, Rax. Have you played any more Titan Quest 2 with Act 2? And if so, what are your thoughts? I like Titan Quest 2, the game. When I played Act 2, I played a caster. I played the entire act, the whole act. I never got any caster gear. I didn't get a wand. I didn't get a rare. I didn't get a staff. I got nothing. So, I think something was wrong with caster loot because I got epic dagger, epic bow, epic sword, epic mate. I got epic everything, legendary this, that. Every single person I killed, I got nothing for my caster build. So I kept saying in chat, I was like, man, if I would have just been playing like a rogue or a warrior, I'd have the strongest character ever. But because I'm playing this caster, I have nothing. So I enjoyed the content of the game, but I think something was horrifically wrong with like the either I got super unlucky or the balance of drops was just off. You guys are saying Talkative Try is fake? What makes him fake, if I may ask? What makes him fake? Don't say that. I just started a caster. Well, maybe they fixed it. I don't know. I don't know if they watched my stream when I played through Act 2. But when I played through it, I made the comment a couple times like, when am I gonna get something for my caster? It's like, did they forget to put caster loot in this game? He's not fake, he's just extra. Does that mean like, what does that mean? Like over the top?
This is just a warm-up. Drown in a sanguine flood.
Oh, tornado bird, of course.
I accept your challenge.
Chaos will bring you to your end.
Nowhere to run.
Okay, I have insane damage. He's got no chance.
To your inevitable downfall.
My damage is way too high. I didn't even get to... That's why you like Talkative Try? Why would you like an asshole that complains about everything?
I'm not without reward.
Well, I understand the idea there, right? Why would you want to be around someone who's constantly negative? That makes perfect sense to me. But also remember, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? You know, I do think there's big value in the people that are providing feedback in things that we don't like, right? To try to make it better. Nothing is perfect. No minion build? Or we're playing minions right now. We're doing minions right now.
What? Where to?
Do I think POE2 will have Steam achievements? I think it would be a huge mistake not to. People love achievement hunting. I'm not like a crazy achievement hunter, but I do enjoy getting achievements. I absolutely understand the allure.
GGS man.
Ghostmaster 70 months, Handlin 58. You guys are gods. Thank you guys. Try is just a lot more casual and a lot more positive. Why? Like, here's one thing that I don't quite understand. There seems to be like, I mean, not a lot. I don't know if this is a widespread problem, but there's a lot of people in the community who like they don't like someone. They like, there's a huge difference, I think, between not liking a person versus not liking their opinion. And I see this sometimes in ARPGs where if someone is a real casual and they like the game, they will dislike someone who's a blaster and doesn't like the game, or vice versa. The blaster playing all the time, when the new player or the more casual player shares their opinion and it doesn't align with them, they just call them a garbage noob and then say they don't know anything. I don't really understand where that anger comes from, or that like complete disregard for other opinions comes from. It's like the people who love D4. I love that you love D4. If you have a game that you're just having a blast playing, keep on loving it, buddy. Go ahead. If you ask me my opinion, I'll tell you what is stopping me from playing right now and what I'm frustrated about. But for the love of God, you don't have to adopt my opinion, and we can still be friends even if we don't agree. Like it's okay, you know? Yeah, I think Talkative Try is probably... Like, I think... When I think of, like, the big fans of POE2, like, the people who have liked it the whole time, the people that come to mind are, like, me and DM, right? Me and DM have liked POE2 a lot, pretty much since the beginning. Been like super favorable to it, but I think Talkative Try likes it even more than we do. Like, I saw one of Talkative Try's videos. He said POE2 for him was better than POE1, and I was like, oh well. I mean, I really like POE2, but better than POE1. I need some of the Kool-Aid you're drinking on that one, buddy. But I don't hate his opinion. I don't hate him for it. I like Talkative Try. They are two very different games. Yeah, they have some differences. There are very few people that are actually good at POE1 or POE2. Yeah, for me, the way most of the way to be good at POE1 is knowledge. I'll take someone on my team who knows the game inside and out over someone who's really good at pressing buttons any day of the week. I just need to someone who understands how does this mechanic actually work and how do you build around this mechanic is infinitely more valuable than how quickly can you react to press Frostblink. Because you can just build your character to just tank it almost every time if you just know how the mechanic works. POE2 is 100% better than POE1. Everything is better. Okay, Al, Alloy, let's start with the obvious. The endgame. Are you telling me POE2's endgame is better than POE1's? Well, let's take one mechanic at a time. You're telling me the endgame is better? It's already better. Sorry, check the numbers. Filthy. With all due respect, that metric means absolutely nothing, right? By that logic, Expedition 33 is worse than any game that has a shitload of players in it. Like, there's not that many people playing Expedition 33, and it's a way better game. Number of players has nothing to do with which game is better. Like, actually zero, right? There's no correlation there. But, yeah, it's... POE2 is better than POE1 in 100% of ways. I mean, endgame, crafting. It's not, but the endgame hasn't been your focus. Okay. But at least we can agree the endgame for POE1 obliterates POE2 right now. Then we have crafting, right? We got like 2 ways to craft in this game. We got Abyss and we got Essence. The crafting is 1 billion times better than POE1. You got 1 million options to make your items, which actually kind of function differently. Yes, it's a bit of a chore to learn how they all work, but when you learn how they all work, you have a whole crafting world opened up to you, right? So crafting is 1 million times better also in POE1. People should have to be qualified to have an opinion. I think sometimes people say things that they themselves don't even mean. Like not to single out Alloy, but people will say something like 100% of mechanics are better in POE2 than POE1. And you just list the most important one, the end game. It's like, well, okay, no, not that one. It's like, okay, but that's the most important one, right? It lost on the most important category. It's okay. I have no interest in creating a divide in the PoE community. I would love you to love both games. I'm not trying to convince you love PoE1 and not PoE2. PoE2 is also great. Again, I think I've been one of the most favorable people toward this game. I like the game a lot. And I think PoE2 is definitely improving at a faster rate than PoE1 is. I think it's not impossible, as sad as this makes me to say, I think it's not impossible they're just going to stop updating PoE1 and only go for PoE2. I think that's a definite possibility. I will be very sad, but it'll probably happen in a year or two. I don't know. Did I stream when I tried PoE1 for the first time? I did. It was 2 years ago. What do I play until Friday? It's a good question, man. Have you ever tried League of Legends? I've told this story a couple of times. Long story short, I did my 10 placement matches. I actually won all 10 of them. I got placed in like gold 2, and then I immediately quit because all of my friends were like platinum and diamond. This is like more than 10 years ago, so it's probably different. But all my friends were platinum and diamond, and I got placed in gold 2. And I was like, guys, can I like, it's going to take me forever to catch up to you guys. They didn't put me anywhere near your rank. And they said, yeah, you just got to play. But they're like, gold is a good ranking for going out of the placement matches. I'm like, yeah, but I don't care. Like, I don't like this game enough to grind all the way to your ranks so I can play with you guys or whatever. So I just quit. So this is a long time. It was probably more than 10 years ago, maybe like 15 years ago. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I was very upset. I thought they placed me way too low. If I had to pick one game to play, would I pick Expedition 33 or Hollow Knight Silk Song? I mean, for me, by the way, I completely beat Hollow Knight Silk Song. I beat the original ending and the other ending. The Act 3 lace and the Act 2 Grandmother Silk. I completely beat everything in the game. I would way rather play Expedition 33 by a lot. The thing that I really didn't care for in Hollow Knight is Team Cherry in certain parts of the game specifically designs the puzzles or the platforming with the flying monster placement to be, it's not even like a difficulty problem. They try to royally, it's like playing a Kaizo Mario game. They purposely try to royally piss you off. And I'm just like, okay, Team Cherry, okay, I jumped over here, the wall collapsed, or there was a flying bug at the perfect right spot to knock me into the lava and kill me. It's like, you haven't built difficulty. You just put an annoying, like, gotcha puzzle here. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to make me mad, and you have succeeded. Like, I don't find this enjoyable at all. Like, I much preferred when they actually made things just difficult without being, I don't know what the right word would be, without being like trolling you. The surprise, there's a hidden flying enemy there. Ha 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 ha. I just hate that. And they did it so many times in so many zones. It's like, okay. Yeah, it's like artificial. It's artificial difficulty. You want to know how you learn? You just learn the little trappy puzzle that they put there that's gonna insta kill you. It's just like, I hate things like that. I preferred anything that was actually just purely difficult. Like a really, really difficult boss that just had, you know, fair patterns that was just difficult to maneuver. I loved that. The puzzle to climb up to get the double jump didn't have any like gotcha tricks. It was just screen after screen after screen of timed platforming. Really like that. That's a good puzzle. Like stuff like that. Like that's great. Like if I compare Hollow Knight to a game like Ori, like a platformer, I think Ori is so much better. Usually Ori just gives you, like, I think Ori is, first of all, just way easier. But that's not why I like it more. It's not that it's easier. It's that they don't build in mechanics to just purposely piss you off. Whenever they try to make a difficult puzzle, it's just a difficult puzzle. And that's it. So yeah, it's like T17 mods. I cleared whatever 20 T17 maps on hardcore SSF last league. I had no deaths in T17. So it didn't kill me one time. But yet running those T17 maps was the least enjoyable experience of the whole run. Not because like I could die there or something, just because the mechanics make it so unenjoyable just to even play. When I'm like doing a new zone in Hollow Knight and I can see above me, okay, there's like two jumps, a double jump, a grapple, then there's an enemy I can pogo off of into a wall climb in between the barbs. I'm like, okay, all right. And I start doing the combo, and then a spike comes out of the wall and knocks me to the ground and knocks me into the lava. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I understand why you did that. You expected me to use this strategy to go up, and then you wanted to interrupt that strategy and kill me and make me come up with a new one. But all you've really done is piss me off. Again, the best example I have is the biggest puzzle in the game is the double jump climb. You have to climb an entire ice mountain without double jump to get double jump. There isn't like a single gotcha moment in the entire climb. It's just difficult platforming, timing, climbing before you freeze to death. It's great. It's a great puzzle. It's a great way to make the game. You felt like Ori always expected you to do pixel perfect jumps. What I'm guessing with that, so I didn't feel that way, but the reason why I probably didn't feel that way, and maybe you did, is maybe you were trying to do like very difficult jumps that you weren't intended to do until you're further in the game. I bet a lot of people do that. Like, if I'm trying to do a crazy jump and it's not like reasonably possible, I just move on, and I was like, later on I'll get a double jump hover or something or other, and then it will let me up. Like once you have all the movement in the game, every jump is just completely trivial. I think I'm missing. Here it is. Let's see here. Where am I going? Trial of the Ancestors, I guess.
Step forward. You make the mother of. You will hit when the time.
Morning, Rax.
Legion, thank you so much for the sub. All right. Isn't the attribute better? Maybe, yeah. I'm not planning to play this character for much longer. I'm just going to beat the campaign just so I can pivot to whatever specters are good whenever we get the patch notes for the specters, but we don't have them yet, so is it possible to order the blue doll tomorrow? Tomorrow it's possible. Yeah, if you guys want this little blue plushie for your desk, it's only going to be available once ever. It's going to take when you order it, it's going to take a bit to ship. Because they have to custom make all of them. If you want one, you can order one starting tomorrow. I don't know how long it will go for, maybe a week or something. I'll have all the actual details for you tomorrow. The cost, where it ships to, everything. If you want a little blue hoodie man for your desk or whatever. Does it ship to Australia? I don't know, but I will have all that info for you tomorrow. I will tell you, I'll have everything tomorrow. It's not just like a one-day thing. You're going to have an opportunity.
They're as good as corpses already. Tearing down your own walls. A fitting start to another.
Where is the new interview? It's going to be on Talkative Try's channel in less than 2 hours. Ow, my God. Am I going to play hardcore SSF in POE2? I am going to be playing hardcore SSF, but my first character will not be hardcore SSF. The reason why is the only thing that I care about is getting to the end game as fast as possible to make a build guide for you guys that murders. I need to make a build guide that murders for the people, for the Druid. And then I need to make an endgame guide for the Druid. And the moment I've done both of those things and everybody's happy and everybody's murdering, then I can reroll hardcore SSF. Is it just me, or are they not doing interviews with Zizarin anymore? I don't remember another interview with Zizarin, but I don't know if there's any reason behind it. Honestly, I haven't seen... Has Zizarin been... Actually, now that you mention it, I haven't talked to Zizarin in a while. I don't know. I haven't talked to him in like 2 months or something. What has Zizarin been up to? He did a chat with Rue. He's a Tarkov streamer now. Dude, I don't know. Me and Tarkov are not friends. I normally love shooting games. Shooting games are my jam. Like that's what I do, but I found Tarkov insufferable. I don't think I like that genre. I don't like extraction shooters at all. I didn't really like Arc Raiders. I thought Arc Raiders was better than Tarkov, but not by a lot. It must just be that I don't like the genre. It must be a genre problem for me. Have I tried Warframe? I haven't. Someone raided me a month or two ago, and she said that I think she wanted me to play Warframe with her. She's got like 1 million hours in Warframe, but I had never played the game. Can't remember who it was. God, I'm stupid. Terrible person. Just run forward here. Warframe is pay to win. Yeah, I remember Texas C brought that up the moment that she raided me. It was pay to win or whatever. Warframe is pay to win, but nobody cares. Did you guys see Steel crying like a baby again? Steelmage was like, he was literally crying or just complaining or what? What happened? Steelmage was crying like a baby. About what? He was dooming for 3 to 4 hours. Dooming on what, though? What was the topic? He was dooming about the crafting nerfs. Did they do anything else other than removing the homogenized orbs? Yeah, the lower skill levels. Am I ever planning on playing anything fun in POE2? Well, I'm thinking about re-rolling Warrior after this, so I guess the answer is no. Just kidding.
Halsteron raided my stream with 2,125 views.
Halsteron, one of my favorite people. Dude, 2,125 viewers. Halsteron is him. Dude, 2,000 viewers? Thanks for remembering us little guys. What the fuck? What's up, dude? Yo, what's up, guys? Did you guys come here to learn how to not play POE2? We're about to finish the campaign here, and then I'll probably re-roll Warrior if you want to see me suffer. How's the prep? I mean, honestly, I don't know, like, maybe you know something that I don't, but how can we even prep, man? We don't have any of the Druid skills. We don't have any of the actual ascendancies because that screenshot Grinding Gear Games confirmed was wrong about the ascendancy nodes. We don't have any of the tags. We don't have the passive tree. Like, I would love to sit here and, I don't know, prepare anything, but I don't know, man. How do we even prepare? What do we do? You play the most pain. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. That's why I was gonna make a warrior after this. I'm playing a minion build right now with 0 minions. 0, 0, 0. 0 plus levels to minions. That's what I'm doing. Still murdering. It's blind, bro. Guys, are you ready for the new POE2 interview in an hour and a half? We'll watch that. Talkative Try is interviewing Jonathan from Grinding Gear Games, and apparently he's got some juicy questions, so if you guys are about the POE2 interview life, we're going to be here. No. It's, well, wait. What time is it? Wait, what time is it? Is it 12? Wait, what time is it? Is it 2.5 hours? Oh, come on. 3 p.m. Eastern? Oh, damn it. All right, it's in 2.5 hours. All right, that's enough. That's enough time to kill one monster on a warrior. All right, well, we ball. We're chilling then until... No, people keep telling me that Shield Wall Warrior is ridiculously OP, but I've never played it, so I was going to make a Shield Wall Warrior and try it. Am I going to do a breakdown of the interview? Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Anyway, Palsteron, thank you so much for the raid. I'll get you back for sure. Love you, buddy. Guys, what's up? I don't know. Like, what's up? We got to waste 2.5 hours. What are you guys starting? Are you guys playing Druid or are you guys doing something else? I'm going all Druid. I'm going all Druid, and I'm going to play Druid the way that Grinding Gear Games built it. I'm going to go Strength, Energy Shield. I'm going to try all the different forms. I'll try both Ascendancies. People are like, oh, I'm going to do Pathfinder Lightning Arrow. I'm like, oh my god, you guys are doing Lightning Arrow again? Are you fisting me right now? You're going to do the Plant Army. Are you planning to do... What are you planning to do with the plants, Palstron? What were you doing a shape-shifting with it? And which one were you going to go? Mercenary, and you're going to be a wolf mercenary. Okay, I haven't heard that one. That's a new one. You're going full caster? Dude, I'm wondering, like, how strong are the caster nodes going to be for Shaman relative to, like, Stormweaver? Can we just go, like, a full mage as a Shaman? You're just going to be out of mana and then hope that there's a scaling item that they didn't nerf. Ow! Jesus Christ, man. Okay, a lot of you are going plants. Shaman is going to be better than Stormweaver. We have no idea. We don't know what the Ascendancy nodes are. We saw the Ascendancy nodes in the screenshot, but Grinding Gear Games already confirmed that that's not it, and they've changed them. So we don't even know what the nodes are. So as far as I know, we don't know anything. We don't know the passive tree. We don't know the skills. We don't know the tags. We don't know the scaling. We don't know anything. They updated the patch notes today. I read those, but that was just like unique changes and like base damage changes and implicit changes on bows and quarterstaffs. So that doesn't tell us anything. Okay, that was rude. This guy just killed all of my friends. Ow. Now he's killing me. Rude. Unbelievable how rude this guy is. Okay, that guy was Satan. Have I provided any questions to Talkative Try? Have I provided any questions for Talkative Try for the interview? I didn't. He didn't ask me or anything, and that's fine. I'm sure him and his community will come up with great questions. It'll be good. I don't know. So some people have expressed that they are not Talkative Try fans, but I like Talkative Try. I like him. I honestly don't understand why people wouldn't like him. He's very positive and he really likes Grinding Gear Games, but what's wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with that.
Another corpse to serve me.
Who is Talkative Try? He's a content creator for Path of Exile. He is known as being Mr. Positive. He loves everything. He loves grinding gear games. He loves grinding gear games and Path of Exile vehemently. He doesn't complain enough. Well, listen. I bet you I know why. I bet you I know why Talkative Try doesn't complain. He probably watched my stream one time and he came to the conclusion that Rax complains enough for pretty much the entire directory. So I'll just be positive to balance it out. 1 to all spell skills. That's probably what he was thinking. No, actually, compared to a lot of other ARPGs, I feel like I've complained about a lot less things in POE2 because, in my opinion, a lot of things with the a lot of problems with POE2 will be just naturally solved with time. Can you imagine POE2 a year from now when it actually releases? I think it's going to be a pretty damn good game, don't you think? Does grinding gear games need me every single season to make a giant spreadsheet of the current problems now to reach that point? I mean, probably not, right? I don't think they really need my help, but we do it anyway because it's fun and that's what we've been doing. But actually, a lot of the things will just be solved with time. It's already been a year since the beta, and the game hasn't gotten much better, in my honest opinion. Okay, well, I'll try to rattle off some things that have changed, and you tell me if it's better. So, the passive tree has had like 500 new nodes added to it. We got an entire crafting system, multiple crafting systems, with the tiered the essences, the tiered currencies, and the abyss that we didn't have. The endgame has been... Even though the end game is still the shittiest part of the game and it's going through a complete redo, like an entire overhaul redo next patch, it's been iterated on several times where, you know, towers have been made better and things like that. Tablets are better. We got rid of the shitty waystone crafting from Abyss, they've implemented several league mechanics. They've balanced the game a lot more. They added an entire new act to the campaign and stopped us from having to do the campaign double. They buffed unique significantly. So I ask honestly, I'm not even insulting you, but I'm asking, you don't think the game has improved in the last year? Like, I think the game has improved a lot, hasn't it? I think Path of Exile 2 is the game that has improved the most in the ARPG space over the last year. Like, the game didn't improve? I think the game we got Sprint, by the way. Sprint is kind of janky, but I mean, it's better than nothing. They nerfed the entire pacing of the campaign. The monsters that used to hunt you down faster than you would kill you instantly. They added the whole checkpoint system so you could actually move around the map. I mean, I don't know. You appreciate me for how consistently honest I've been? I appreciate you saying that. I'm old, guys. Guys, you have any idea how old I am? I'm 39. Dude, it's like, for Christmas, I asked for a pill calendar, a new shuffleboard, and a bingo card, and the whole Price is Right rerun series. Like, I take my dentures out and eat my oatmeal every morning. Like, my life is essentially over. I don't have the emotional capacity to, like, be a drama farmer. Like, I'm just gonna tell you how I honestly think it is always, and that's all I'm capable of. I don't have the personality or the energy or the wisdom or the talent to, like, act a certain way. You're also 39. Yeah, our lives are pretty much over. It's over. This is how far they got. This is how far they got in a few years. I swear to God, if this is a Rickroll, I'm permabanning you. All right, I'm going. I'm clicking it. This is, out of all the games that have ever been made on a Tamagotchi, I think that is one of the best looking ones. For a Tamagotchi, anyway. Looks like I missed an area over here. I'm 35 and scared to fart. And all the young people probably think you're scared to fart because you might shit yourself. No, we shit ourselves every day. We're worried that we're going to get a collapsed lung. When you turn 30, it's the first age where you can wake up with a broken limb just by going to sleep. You go to sleep, you had a great night, you didn't even drink. You had a bottle of water right before you went to bed. You wake up, left arm, broken. Gone. You didn't even do anything, you slept. Left arm, gone. Before, if you broke your arm, it'd heal in like a couple of weeks. If your left arm is broken, you might as well schedule the amputation. It's never going to work again. Stannis. Do I feel like performance got worse in the endgame compared to 2 months ago? You tried yesterday and you were getting 40 FPS drops. I haven't tried like the actual juicing endgame yet. But I would be, I mean, it better not be worse, right? That was like the worst part about the game, the optimization. You woke up today and now you need a hip replacement. Yeah, we're going to be emptying the HSAs every single year for the rest of our lives. You turn 40 next month and I'm making you feel bad. Like, I'm not trying to be a doomer here, but we kind of deserve to feel bad, don't we? Or no? You're 32, you're at home with COVID right now, you have a diabetic type 1, and you feel like your life is over at 32? Well, the good news is you'll get over the COVID and you will feel better, buddy. The bad news is yeah, at 32, your life is pretty much over. That is very near the end. Oh, okay, so that AoE just hits the entire arena? Okay. What is this, uber serious or what? For Christmas, all I want is a renewed subscription to Life Alert. Bro. Can we fight now? I've spent like 10 mana bars. Are we still... We're still RPing right now? Oh my god, dude. This guy's spirit bombing me? Rude. Holy. Sayonara. What is this? 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 Do you see more than 45 FPS at 39? Can barely see at 39. How can you get the little plushie? Guys, this limited time plushie, if you want one on your desk, is available once and only once. The ordering starts tomorrow. I don't even know the details right now, but I'll have all of them for you tomorrow. I'll tell you how much it costs, where it ships to, all that good stuff. Dark pattern FOMO. Love that. I loved that video from Chris Wilson, by the way. No, there's no sales tricks here. Buy one if you want one. Don't buy one to support me or anything, even though that's very nice of you to do. You guys don't owe me anything, so only buy one if you want one. That's it.
Yes, where to?
Buy one if you want a creepy little version of me staring at everything that you do at your computer.
We've arrived. This had better not be a one. Good day.
Can we sleep with it? I'd be pretty disappointed if you didn't.
There you go.
Someone asked yesterday if they have permission to shove it up their ass. Same answer. Would be disappointed if you didn't. All right, did I beat everything?
The Countess leads the Twilight Order, and we now know she has taken the beast to Orient. By using the weapon, the Karui have been cured of their blood fever and have pledged to aid our cause. But we need a sizable army for the battle ahead.
Do I have a mini size? You don't think you can fit the full size?
We must recruit the
Well, you can't fit the full size with that attitude, man. They sell lube at Walmart. It's not that expensive.
Well met.
Welcome. One last journey, recruiting any who will join us before we assault.
Rax is a billionaire.
What have you learned?
Now that is a theory I don't think I have heard. That is a theory I haven't heard in 7 years of streaming. I can tell you with outrageous confidence that I am not a billionaire. I'm not even close to being a billionaire, and I never will be a billionaire. I don't even want to be a billionaire. Being a billionaire sounds like it would be worse. Rax is a hottie. I used to be. I used to be a super cutie patootie. Not anymore. Does it come with a free Chipotle order? I mean, I don't even know if a billionaire is enough to put guacamole on your burrito. Why are some low tier numbers good and some high tier numbers, why are they flip-flopped? It's confusing. Well, yeah, like when you find an item on the ground, the best item to find on the ground, I believe, is tier 5, right? But then the best crafting range is tier 1. I think the crafting way that they have it now is way better than how it used to be. I don't know if they'll ever flip-flop the other way. I don't know if they'll ever make tier 1 the best kind of item to drop on the ground. Billionaires suck the life out of humanity. What does becoming a billionaire enable you to do? You could get a private jet. I don't want that. You could get a yacht. I don't want that. Like, you could get like super, super expensive, lavish sports cars. I don't want one of those. Like, everything that comes with being a billionaire, everything that a billionaire enables you to do, I don't want any of that. I just have no desire for any of that. I could buy Jonathan's used underwear as a billionaire. I bet you he'd sell it to me cheaper than a billion. Haven't asked yet. Maybe that'll be one of the interviews on Talkative Try's interview. Maybe it'll be one of the questions. You want to know what's way more valuable than money? Health. If you have your health, you've got everything. And if you don't have your health, you've got nothing. Proto, thank you for the sub, man.
By the order of the Red Day, they still resist our new master's message. hunger does wonders for a man's faith. Raise their field, kill their cattle, crush their resistance, but keep them alive. We need worship.
You have no in-game sound.
Bring them to Wolvenholm.
It's not very loud. Like on YouTube, can you hear the sounds of the game faintly? They're supposed to not be loud. Do I have kids? No. I think the last thing the world needs is another version of me in the world. You imagine a little version of me? Oh my god. You know that they didn't revamp the endgame, but do I think they improved it enough? I'm going to go with a big fat no on that one. I think the endgame is, after the patch notes, is still by far the worst thing in the game, and it needs to be changed. Like, we needed the patch. We're not getting the patch this time. Like, I've made my peace with it, but is the endgame okay right now? No. Not at all. Not at all. Can this thing kill me? I'm gonna get hit by it. Okay, it doesn't. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Or are you talking to somebody in chat? Wait, what? What's wrong with who? What's my league starter? I'm going to start Druid for sure. I'm thinking about starting Werewolf. Wyvern seems bait. Me being a billionaire would let me save Blizzard. Blizzard's direction, they're like, what they want to do with the Diablo franchise right now is not what I would like to do. So I'm not interested in buying Blizzard and convincing everyone there to go in a completely different direction. I would rather either partner with... Well, I would have liked to partner with EHG, but now it's Krafton, so I would never partner with Krafton, but I would either... If I had $1 billion and wanted to partner with somebody, I'd probably talk to either Grinding Gear Games or Chris Wilson's new studio, or maybe Moon Studios with Thomas Mahler. Might go to Moon Studios or something. If I buy the majority, then I'm the boss. I'm not interested in like a hostile takeover or anything like that. First of all, I don't have the money to do it, so it's never going to happen, but... What act am I in? I'm in the extra act, so we're almost done here. Then we're going warrior. Fredly Fire, I like that name. Thanks for the prime, man. Would I like to be a game developer? I would like to be in... I would potentially like to be involved in game development. But I do not want to be a game developer. I'm never going to. So when I went to the University of Nebraska for my bachelor's degree, I had a full ride under the stipulation that I stayed in engineering. So I studied computer engineering for a few years. I realized sitting at a desk coding things or developing things is so not fun for me that I can't possibly do it as my career. So I actually surrendered my scholarship so I could switch my major to mathematics. So I paid for the end of my college because they wouldn't let me transfer my scholarship out of the College of Engineering. So I literally paid money to not sit at a desk and code stuff. So since I've done that, I've learned my lesson. I would never sit down and code a game, but I would be very happy to be like, I don't know, like a game director, talk to all the developers, work with the team, and have ideologies to make a game. I would love to do that. The problem is, one thing that I've learned working at a lot of different companies, bosses are always shit bosses if they have never actually done the work of the people that they are managing. So what shitty bosses will do to try to make up for that is they'll shadow their employees. They'll sit with them for 2 hours and say, oh, okay. Let me watch you for 2 hours. Okay, now I know what you do. Okay, now I can manage you better. I mean, I guess it's slightly better than doing nothing, but I would effectively consider that nothing. So if I was going to be like a game manager over some developers, the first thing that I would do is I would spend a considerable amount of time with them just as a student. Teach me what it's really like. Show me what a daily routine is for you. Show me some of the problems that you have. Show me what takes forever and what doesn't. Show me what tools work and what doesn't. And it would be a continuous thing. It's not like you shadow somebody for a week and then you know. It has to be like a consistent, like, I need you guys to teach me to do your jobs, but I'm not going to do your jobs ever. But I want to understand completely what you're doing. Not because I'm going to micromanage you. I'm not a micromanager at all, but I want to help you. And when we have conversations about what you're doing, I want to understand what the hell you're telling me, and you don't have to speak in stupid terms to me. Tell me what's really going on. Bring in your laptop in here and show me, or I'll come to your desk and show me what's going on here. That would be the first thing that I would do. The old, I climbed to like one of the highest departments at Nationwide Insurance where I worked. In the highest department, you want to know how they dealt with the management of the new hires and the interns? I thought it was honestly one of the most brilliant systems. The manager was the most experienced analyst on the team, was a new hire or an intern's manager, because they're there to learn to do the grunt work that the analyst does. And there's no better teacher for them than that analyst. And it also teaches the analyst some leadership skills at the same time. It teaches you how to manage 1 or 2 people. And, you know, now all of a sudden their boss is the person who is considered the best at their job, instead of some random ass manager higher above them. It was a great system, actually. So I managed a couple of interns and new hires. They essentially, all their daily tasks and everything about their happiness and da-da-da-da-da was my responsibility. because I was the most veteran analyst that we had. Having a boss sit with me while I'm at work would be actual hell. Yeah, but that's... I think maybe you're thinking about it in... I think you're thinking about it the wrong way. It's not supposed to be hell for you at all. It's not me looking over your shoulder. Did you take an extra 15-minute break? Are you watching Twitch? It's none of that shit. It's, can you please show me really what your job is so I can understand it? And once I understand it, I'm going to leave you alone. Like, I don't care if you watch Twitch at work. I don't fucking care at all if you get your work done. I couldn't care less. I'd kind of be mad at you if you didn't watch Twitch at work. That context is always there. You can't avoid that context by being a good boss. What context? What context can't be avoided?
Poisoned roots, whispering trees. I rather like it here.
You watched my Lightning Strike Slayer VODs? Oh god, that was a long time ago, man. Lightning Strike. Wow, a long time ago. Guys, another thing, remember, you don't have to shadow every employee in your company. I need to understand the people that are doing the work that directly report to me, but if people are doing roughly the same thing, I don't need to shadow everybody. You're dreaming of what being fully efficient would end up with. Guys, there's probably a lot of you. I probably worked at a corporation. Maybe some of you certainly have me beat, but I probably worked at more corporate jobs than a lot of you. I have my 10-year plaque from working at a Fortune 100 company. I know the corporate life, man. I know how it goes. I've worked in many, many different departments. I've worked at the absolute bottom of the barrel processor up to managing people in the highest department. I did the whole little climb for 10 years. I'm not guessing. I've done this. Anyone in the corporate world knows how it goes. No spirit, it's dog shit. By the way, there's no way I can get another... I couldn't get another, Yeah, I can get a sniper for free. Why don't I get him? Why am I not the president then? If someone offered me right now, Rax, you can become the president now, would you take it? I'd say, hell no. I don't want to be the president, man. I don't want to be the president. That would be terrible. When does the POE interview start? 1 hour and 56 minutes. Aaron gifted 10 subs. Aaron is going straight to heaven. Aaron, what were those 10 subs for? You needed to save that money for the plushie. Who's doing the interview? Talkative Try. I'm going to do a summary, Lee, if you want to upload it. I'll do a quick summary. We should pin as a... Fuck, I looked at chat for 2 seconds and died? This is my third death? How many times have I died on this guy? Yeah, it's my third death. Lee, you just killed me. It's in 2 hours, and we should post a pinned comment to Talkative Try's actual interview. I'm not trying to steal his glory. I'm just providing a summary of new information. Ban him? I mean, he's my brother, and he uploads all of the YouTube videos. Don't get me wrong, I'm still thinking about banning him for typing in my chat, me reading it, and him killing me. I'm still probably gonna ban him, but I'm just thinking about it for a second. I told you I'd be a good boss. Okay, guys. I need to make a strategy here because... Okay, help me think of a strategy. I cannot think of a good one. So, Thursday after the Game Awards, at 10:30 my time, the Diablo season drops. And it's looking very likely, it's looking more likely than not, that the Paladin will be dropped either paid or for free. I want to play the Paladin. I want to make a Hammerden, if that happens. But 12 hours later, the POE2 thing launches. So, what the fuck do I do? Play 4 hours and go to sleep? Just skip Diablo 4 entirely? But what if the Paladin is so fun? If it's not the Paladin, then we just play for 2 hours and go to sleep, and who cares? Well, they said something exciting is happening at the Game Awards with... They said something exciting is happening at the Game Awards. We already know that we're going to get expansion info. But then they released a screenshot of the cosmetics that we're getting. And one of them is a flail. Flails aren't in the game and not usable by any of the existing characters. So, what the theory is, the leading theory is last year they shadow dropped pets. This year they shadow dropped Paladin if you've pre-ordered the next expansion. The flail could be a one-handed maze skin. That is not the leading theory. The leading theory is flail, and the second leading theory is horse butt plug. It doesn't look like a mace at all. Dude, my hair is getting way too long. I need to cut my hair. It's trying to peek out from under the hoodie. Do I like British food? Okay, so I'm trying to think of what British food even is. When I hear the term British food, I think of English breakfast and tea and crumpets. Is that what you mean? I think of an English breakfast and tea and crumpets. Boiled rat on a stick with a side o' beans. Only if it's Bush's baked beans. British food is the worst kitchen in the world. I've never heard anybody, I've never even heard the term British food until today, I think. Like I've never, well, I hate fish, so if fish and chips is your guys' main meal, then I'm gonna do a strong pass. I mean, I live right next to the kings of the tacos. I live right next to Mexico, so Mexican food is so superior to the other cuisines, it's hard to even consider the other ones. We live right next to the kings of the tacos, so Mexican food is absolutely amazing. The only issue with it is every meal will give you a gastric exorcism, and you're probably going to be a fat ass. But it's worth it, though. An English cottage pie. You have tummy issues? Mexican food is not good. If you have tummy issues, Mexican food is not what the doctor would prescribe. Mexican food superior, lol. Gurmo, it's okay if you have a mental debuff or a taste debuff. There's no problem there. Have you ever had authentic Mexican food? Have you ever been to Mexico? Have you ever been to an open air market in Monterrey, Mexico and ordered tacos there? You ever actually had it? I've been to Mexico 20 times. My family's from Monterrey, Mexico. The food there is out of this world godly. Like it. Your tummy will survive. You gotta die to something. You gotta die to something. The tummy will survive. Mexican food is mid at best. You guys are having some real shitty Mexican food. You had Mexican food in Texas. Does that count? It really doesn't. I was born in Texas. I was born in McAllen, Texas. There's a reason why they call it Tex-Mex. It's literally an entirely different category. People go to Taco Bell, they order a hard shell taco, and then they say Mexican food is mid. These are the food critics in chat. They got a cheesy gordita crunch, and they gave it a 6 out of 10. These are the food connoisseurs in chat. Tex-Mex is also heavenly. I mean, I honestly like it all. Do authentic Mexicans eat hard shell tacos? I don't think, like, I'm sure they exist, but I don't think I've ever seen a hard shell taco served at an actual Mexican restaurant. Like, you can get a tostada, but I don't know if I don't think I've ever eaten a hard shell taco in Mexico. Not to say that they don't exist, but all I know are tostadas. It's not, like, actually not even a thing. And most places won't offer you corn and flour tortillas. They're all usually just corn. Wait. Aaron gifted 10 subs. Wait. Is that the same? Is this two different Aarons? Is this the two different Aarons or the same Aaron? Get now gifted 10 subs on Twitch? Or is it a different one? Guys, I need you to spend your money on you. Barbecue is your least favorite? I'll give, you know, since we're friends, right? I'll give you one opportunity to take that back. A full take back. I'll forget it ever happened. Barbecue is your least favorite? What? Excuse me? Aaron, thank you so much for the a different Aaron. Growing up, one of my absolute best friends was also named Aaron. But as my best friend, I pretty much spent our entire lives screaming at him. It was more like, Aaron! Not liking barbecue counts as all 3 strikes. I think it was just a mistype. Like, their fingers must have slipped on the keyboard. This was an Aaron. Well, thank you both, Aarons. You're both going straight to heaven. Devin, thank you for the prime. Fun fact. My mom really wanted to name me Devin. But my dad said, we are not naming our son Devin. My name was gonna be Devin if my mom got her way. Devon. My dad said, we are not naming our son Devin. Yeah, so then they named me Rax instead. What my dad wanted to name me didn't win either. in Mexico, you usually name your firstborn son after your name, very commonly. So what do you think my dad's name was? I can already eliminate a couple of choices for you. His name wasn't Pepe or Miguel or Juan. Jesus, no. Larry, no. Ernest. How did you guys know that? God, you guys guessed that instantly. How did you know that? My dad's name was Carlos. So my dad wanted to name me Carlos, and my mom wanted to name me Devin. What would have been a better name, Carlos or Devin? Carlos all day. Anyway, so with both of the first choices eliminated, the only name that they both liked was Ryan. So here I am. Should have named me Rat on a Stick. Isn't that one of the meals that they said that they served in Britain? When is the interview? 1 hour and 38 minutes. Rax is short for Rax on a Stick. One of your most interesting ex-boyfriend stories involved Orion. Okay, well now we have to hear this. All right, tell me what it's like to go on a date. Okay, so he was a boyfriend. Okay, so you guys, it wasn't even a date. Okay, let's hear the story. This should be good. Devin Carlos, your Chipotle order is ready. Dude, that has a good ring to it. Mostly because of the Chipotle part. Do Mexicans have more than one first name? I mean, sometimes like someone's named Juan Carlos or something. The gem chain got nerfed. I don't know, did it? I read the patch notes today. I don't think I saw anything about chain, or maybe I just missed it. Who's doing the interview? Talkative Try. Talkative Try. Wide belt? I'll take that. You thought he pronounces his name Talkative Tree? Is that his name is Talkative Tree, or are you trolling me? T-R-I is pronounced tree? Are you trolling me or what? Tri is from Triceratops. Yeah, his icon is a Triceratops. You've been practicing Act 1 in POE2. You got a 1 hour and 20 minute down from 2 hour 25. You cut an hour off. That's huge. Dude, I should do an Act 1 practice run. But Frosty, you shouldn't be practicing POE2 Act 1. We need to be witnessing meme videos. Where are the meme videos?
Yes, I shall dance. So sorry to interrupt your little dance. Nowhere to run.
Ow.
Ogham is free of your torment.
They'll be back. Uh-oh. Marshall just asked me if I had a PS5. Why would he ask me that? What is his idea? What can we do with a PS5? What's up, Boiler? Boiler is here. What class is broken next season? Hopefully Druid. Hopefully Druid. Will I put a QR code for purchasing it? Sure, if they have one. Yeah. It'll be, the plushie will be available tomorrow. I'm guessing it'll be available for, I don't know, people keep asking. Let me see if I have the info already. Let me see if I can just answer your questions. Let me see if I have the info. Give me 1 second. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Okay, here we go. The info for tomorrow. All right. I don't see the actual info here. Let me ask. Question: does U2's have a document with all of the info for ordering this for tomorrow? Okay, I asked them for all the info. We'll get it in a second. Oh, man. All right. I asked the U2's people for all info, like, how much does it cost? How can you pay for it? Where does it ship to? How long will it take to receive it? Da-da-da-da-da. I asked them. I desperately want to make love to a schoolboy. I love that movie. I desperately want to make love to a schoolboy. Dumb and Dumber. Where you going, Aspen? Ah, California. Is there a build for the Ice Wolf? Not yet, but I'm going to theory craft everything if they would just drop us the info. So you're saying there's a chance? Guys, if they have... Or wait, they already announced it. If they have BlizzCon... If they have BlizzCon next year, are you guys going? Wait, they are having BlizzCon next year. Are you guys going? Where is it? In California? No, hell nah, no, no, no. I wouldn't even go for free. No, people still go to that. Nothing would ever make me want to go. Jesus, you guys. You wouldn't even go if you were the janitor. You would? Frosty, if you went to BlizzCon, you'd be escorted to a side room by security and assassinated immediately. Frosty literally can't go. That's the least safe place for him on planet Earth. They all want you dead. Frosty's gonna need more bodyguards than Taylor Swift to survive. Rax has to go. He's the CEO. No, I'm the CEO of Crafton, of EHG, according to Frosty. You know, I got some hate messages from that about how they can't believe that Frosty made a video with me as the CEO of a company because I'm such a fake piece of shit. People got mad. People got mad that I was portrayed as the king of EHG.
Your precious faith. One less sycophant at the Bane's feet. Ancient power.
I got everything.
You snatched
Yeah, I haven't upgraded my flask since like Act 1. Oh, these are both life flasks. Oh.
How can I be of aid?
Boy. If you find a pint out there, to whatever
Let's see here.
welcome. Be careful.
How can I? At this
What a dump. Too
One
much
is
dump.
red and the other is blue. Yeah, but they're empty in my inventory. I can't tell which is which. They're empty.
And die.
When is the interview? In about an hour. Guys. Okay, so it sounded like none of you would ever go to BlizzCon. Do they do Exile cons anymore? Did they stop doing Exile cons, or? Would you guys, if they did another Exile con, would you fly all the way to New Zealand? They did one in Japan. I wonder, is there a website where you can type in type in a location and it tells you the furthest point away from you in the entire world? I think New Zealand from Nebraska has got to be close to the furthest point away from me in the world. Like, is New Zealand as far away from the center of the United States as possible? It's a long flight. Is there, I'm going to Google it. Is there a site that tells you the furthest point away on planet Earth? Is there a site that tells you the furthest point away from you on Earth? Discover the furthest city on Earth from wherever you live. Furthestcity.com. Select my country. I come from a country USA. I come from Lincoln, Nebraska. What's the furthest place from me in the world? Perth, Australia is the furthest place from me on Earth. It's 16,963 kilometers away. So Australia is by New Zealand, so Australia is the furthest point away from me on planet Earth, which is right by New Zealand. So it is literally the furthest place away from me. Perth, Australia is the furthest point away from New Zealand. I don't know, like, if you're flying from Nebraska to New Zealand, I would assume you fly over the Pacific Ocean. Do we go like Lincoln, San Diego, New Zealand or something? Is it San Diego or? If you were single, definitely. You can't go to ExileCon if you're in a relationship. ExileCon is just another way to date people. Your significant other wouldn't let you go? What? I mean, why? Why not? Your wife would be happy that you left. Ah, thank God he's out of the house for once. Take him down, boys. It'd be LAX and then Auckland. And what's the flight time from LA to Auckland? What, did those guys drop me anything like a... It's a 13-hour flight. I wonder how much, like, I've only ever flown first class when I was traveling with my billionaire uncle. But I wonder if it would be worth the money to fly first class on a 13-hour flight. Like, how much more expensive is it to fly first class? Like, that might be worth the money. That flight would cost you $10,000. 2 or 4x more. It's worth it if you have the money. Well, we'll see how many plushies we sell tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. Only buy a plushie if you want one. The wife would not be thrilled if I left her with the kids for a week. But I mean, like... Right, but that's why you gotta make a compromise, right? The whole thing is about working together. Hi, honey. I would love to go on this trip to New Zealand. Can we somehow make that work? Either you can come with me and we get a babysitter, or if you can bite the bullet and take care of the kids for the week, I'll do X, Y, and Z for you, or you can go on this trip with your sister or whatever, or... Well, something. What about like a compromise? Or is that not a thing? What about a compromise? Is that a thing? No? What's my mic? Sorry. What brand is my microphone? Beacon. Honey, let me go or we can divorce. Well, I guess that's one strategy.
Awfully big head. Yet not enough brains to avoid near extinction.
Your kids would not be happy if you left them with just their mother. Okay, yeah, maybe one angle is, honey, I'll take the kids with me and you can have the house to yourself for a week. Take the kids to Exile Con. Nah, that would be too healthy of a relationship. Okay, good point. Yeah, we gotta keep up the what 80% divorce statistics going. What are the divorce statistics at? Is it 80%? Solution: never get married. 5-head. Can't get divorced if you never get married. 47? Oh, I don't believe that. It's got to be way higher than that, right?
Not so brainless after all.
You just asked your wife, and her response was, sure, if you can whip up 1,500 euros out of your ass, and who's going to cover the kids' school holidays? Well, do we even think is it even on a holiday? I don't know. That doesn't sound like a no to me. That did not sound like a no to me. You're going to be a couples therapist? Oh, God. You want to know what? That might actually help your marriage, right? Because you're going to hear from people like how terrible their lives are. And no matter how bad you think your life is, when you hear how bad their life is, you're going to be like, oh, my God. Thank God my life's not that bad. I mean, it's not funny that people have bad lives, but it might actually help. A lot of marriages could be resolved by eating Chipotle. I knew I liked you guys. I knew I liked you guys. To be honest, you have it very good. She thinks she manages me, but she still lets me play games. But that's the brilliancy of her. She manages you, and you like that part about her. So she controls you, but in a good way, so you like it. Then she throws you the tiniest bone. She lets you game when she doesn't want to deal with you anyway, and you think that you're winning, but that's just baked into her controlling scheme. So that's brilliant. You married a good one. No, because you won't follow the advice you give. Wait a minute. That sounds like the biggest scam I've ever heard of. You get formally trained and spend your whole life on how to appropriately guide people through marriage, and then you use none of the tactics in your own marriage? That'd be like learning how to build a car, and then you make your car completely differently. That's like the most terrifying thing I've ever heard of. Wasn't it Dr. Phil? Dr. Phil, like, advised people on their relationships for how many years, and then he got divorced? He had, like, a nasty divorce. It's like, okay. Physicians don't heal themselves. Well, that's, I think, I don't know if I wouldn't, I don't know if that's an appropriate analogy. You can't reach your arm around and undislocate your own shoulder. You know what I mean? Like, I understand the metaphor here, but that doesn't really apply, right? My entire chat is married. Oh, all of you are married? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't realize you're all married. Jesus. Congratulations, I guess. Like, when you hear someone is married, do you say congratulations or oh God, I'm sorry? What? Or do you say both? Or like when someone dies, you say my condolences. When someone says I'm married, what do you say? Like, God, I'm sorry, dude, or you say the same thing, my condolences. You've been married for 50 years? I haven't even been alive for 50 years. You can fix her? God, that sounds like the worst plan ever. You marry someone to fix them? My God. You guys need to go to Erin's doctor's office to get advice from her that she doesn't use herself. You say good luck? I guess that covers all the bases. You did the opposite. You married one that could fix you. That seems strong. There is a point when your bro says this girl is pregnant and you go from oh shit to congratulations. If the client comes to their own conclusion, so I took one class on this once, but I thought if the client comes to their own conclusion, it's not called therapy, it's called mediation. Isn't a mediator someone who sits in between a person and a problem and has them reach their own solution to the problem without offering one? I thought that was mediation, not therapy. But I took one class on it once, so I'm the opposite of knowing anything. If I'm a good leader, they will follow you and listen to you. Well, trust me, if you guys are ever loading up a World of Warcraft battleground, you want to know who you want on your team? High Warlord Raxxanterax. Trust me. I open every single battleground with the following message. I go, whoever has leader, give me leader. If you want to win, everybody, do what I tell you to. Rogue, you're going farm? Guard it. We're taking this many people to the lumber mill. We're sending this many people to the blacksmith. No one go mine. We will 5-cap them in 2 minutes. Are you guys with me or not? And then if you're playing Horde, usually everyone's like, yeah! And if you're playing Alliance, people are like, mommy, I need a Kleenex. I'm like, oh, we fucking lost, man. If you just load into the battleground and establish yourself immediately as the leader and you have a high warlord title by your name, everyone's like, yes, sir. All right, let's fucking go, dude. Let's put these 12-year-olds back to bed. They stayed up past their bedtime. And then you just... The thing about these battlegrounds is you have to give very simple instructions. You tell people, guys, on the blacksmith flag, ride past the flag, go for the priests and the paladins at the back. Ignore everyone else. If you don't know what to do, make a macro / target of target Raxxanterax, target my target. We kill the healers. We kill all of them. One person takes the flag. We take the lumber mill. We slow fall to the mine. And then we murder them at the stables and 5-cap them and farm them at their base so they don't queue again. Let's go! And then everyone's like, ah! And then you just murder them. Everyone else is just like fighting over who has the better flavored juice box on the other side, and you just win instantly. We need a max roll guide to marriage. I do not think that I should be having marriage guides. I should be writing marriage guides as I've never been married. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's the guide. Yeah, they're good, Nemtaru. Is this last epoch? Yes. This is last epoch. No, it's... No, this is Path of Exile 2. Rule number 1, always do the dishes. You know, I have one of those like new fancy dishwashers, and when they sell it to you, they say, hey, this dishwasher is not like your old shitty dishwashers. You don't have to scrape the food off at all, like to a reasonable level. Obviously, you're not going to put a Thanksgiving dinner on the plate, but they say the whole scrubbing the food off into the trash can before is a thing of the past. It will handle everything. And I don't know, I can't do that. I always I scrape the food off into the trash and I give it a little rinse first. Like, I don't know, I just can't do it. They told me, no, you don't have to do that. I'm telling you. It's like, nah, bro, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not about that life. Oh, there's a second attack? Wait, he hit me, and then there was a second fissure? Holy shit. They say it isn't like the old crappy dishwashers, but it's exactly like the old crappy dishwashers.
That's all you were.
You had 2 divines drop in the campaign. I mean, what's your secret? Do I have plans for a league starter? Druid for sure. No, I'm going Druid for sure. I don't plan to play anything else for a while.
Another corpse to serve me.
Do I know when POB will be updated? I'm guessing, honestly, not even before the leak starts. Holy. Bam. How long till the thingy with grinding gear games? 48 minutes. 48 minutes.
Is my power to you?
Okay. Let's go this way. Let's go here. Let's poison them. Let's go here, here, here. Alright, they're all dead. Did my opinion on the Blizzard speculation change after catching up on the Discord? Not at all. No. Not at all. Did you guys see, when's the interview? In 40 minutes. Did you guys see Adam went to I think he went to a mobile gaming company, right? Monopoly Go or whatever. I think Adam is now the community manager of like Monopoly Go or something. Try is sick. He's has a 102-degree fever. Whenever I have a fever, like a fever is one of the worst things because a fever is something that actually kind of like almost incapacitates you. Like you just can't even think, you know? I am not a fan of fevers. A fever is something that can just take... That's one of the few things that can take me completely off of my game. I just can't even... I can't even think correctly.
Why not raise them instead? The Marrakev loathe necromancers. Good thing these seconders aren't in any state to protest.
You'd rather have your toenails ripped out than have a 103-degree fever? That would also be pretty bad. I might take the fever. I'd probably take the fever. One thing that works for me very well, the thing that I usually go for when I get a fever is I try to sweat it out. Like, you're already burning up, right? So, like, it's a little bit counterintuitive, but if you get a bunch of layers on and get under a bunch of blankets and just actually just barbecue yourself, that seems to fix it the fastest for me. If you drink a lot of water and then just barbecue yourself, it's like exactly the last thing you want to do, right? You're already like burning up. Your dad does the same thing whenever he has a fever. Yeah, you just cook yourself. You have a sauna in your house? Nice to meet you, Bezos. He has a house in his house. Okay, whatever this thing is, I don't have it. You just Googled a Costco sauna. It's between six grand. Can you get like a godly Steam sauna for 6K? I mean, that's just one Raid Shadow Legends stream. God, I should play Raid Shadow Legends for a sauna. So on YouTube, on Rax's channel, if I watch on PC, I get no advertisements, but if you put it on the PC, you get no ads. On the TV, you get ads all the time. How would that be different? Oh, these are the questions, guys. I wish I could color the spreadsheet black. Let's try this. Not this. Now, this. On. There we go. Oh my god, yes. The health of the pinnacle bosses? What's a pinnacle? Dude, the entire ground for me on my current character is always fire. It's just pure fire everywhere. TV advert number 4. The same account, you get blasted with ads. Oh, does your PC have an ad block that your TV doesn't have or something? Huh. These are actually really good questions. Maybe the way that I phrase that makes it sound like I think Talkative Try is a moron. That's not what I meant at all, but these are actually really good questions. Hmm. Well, didn't they? They already answered this one. Didn't they say the interludes will be used in future POE something? It's like, we already know the answer to this one. They said that it would be used. Unless I'm not understanding the question. I asked for this last patch. They didn't answer me. And this. Dude, Chalupa Monk needs so much help, man. Auto sort inventory. Yeah, I asked them this as well. As someone who makes these documents all the time, I can't tell you how long it took Talkative Try to assemble all of these questions, comb through them, and come up with 54 questions organized in this way. I don't think people understand how long it takes to do something like this. It's a lot of work here, man. I respect it. It's tough to do. It's tough to do such a thing. POE2 naming conventions suffer from alphabet soup syndrome. Whenever I hear alphabet soup, I always think of Peter. He goes, "Lois, there's a message in my alphabet cereal. It says, woo. Those are Cheerios, Peter." Bro, are you crazy? That is nothing compared to what some of us that work... That is nothing compared to what some of us work with in a professional capacity. Are you talking to me, giving credit to Talkative Try for making this spreadsheet? Are you talking to me about giving him credit for doing this work? Are you saying you in your professional job do way harder work than this? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm just first I want to clarify if that's what you meant. Maybe that's not what he meant. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what he said. Sometimes I misinterpret people's messages. You meant the size of the Excel spreadsheet. You said you don't know how hard or long that would take. What I was referring to was not the size of the spreadsheet being 54 rows. What I'm referring to is he got all of these questions from his community and Reddit and YouTube, put it in a gigantic sheet, combed through it, removed all the duplicates, and formed them into single sentence questions that can be asked in a short period of time in a well-organized manner. That's what I'm referring to. I used to work as an actuary. I would be willing to bet you the TBRs that I worked with in Excel dwarf anything you've ever sniffed in Excel. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I did the actuarial rates for a Fortune 100 company. If I dropped that Excel file on your head, it would smash you into the Earth's core. We're not talking about size. We're not measuring our dicks by how many rows are in our Excel sheets. Go to your room right now and bitch slap yourself with the giant spiky dildo in your nightstand drawer. Do it right now. Don't come out of your room until I tell you to. The rest of us are going to watch the interview. Am I going to be a host for an interview? No. No. The interview is in 26 minutes, guys. You got banned on Twitch for your Dumb and Dumber joke? Which one? The I want to make love to a schoolboy? What's your name? They probably didn't know it was a quote from Dumb and Dumber. What's your Twitch name? You got banned from Walmart? Oh God, you must have done something horrible. You see those people with the 3 wolf shirts riding side saddle on the scooters with the heavy asthmatic breathing? Those guys aren't even banned. What did you do? Did you murder somebody? Banned from Walmart? Are you Jeffrey Dahmer? Jesus. There was an error in reading. There was an error. There's an error reading your chat log. Come on, Twitch, work with me here. Whatever, I can't see it. Or no, you were already unbanned. Let me see. I don't know. It's not working. You should be unbanned now. I don't know. It's not working very well. Rax ban people on YouTube? I'd be happy to. Give me a reason. He must have filmed someone buying all the Pokemon cards in the inventory. Am I looking forward to the update? I am. I wish there were endgame updates. I can't pretend like I'm not disappointed about that, but whatever. I still think it's going to be fun. You got banned for 2 weeks for saying Alk pregnant in Alk's chat. Yeah, apparently he hates that one. Are You have an unbanned request. Am I going to read it? I usually never read them because I'm not a titty streamer, but what's your name? I'll read it right now if Twitch will let me pull it up. What's your Twitch name? Let's see the infraction you've committed and see how egregious it is. Do I think Ashes of Creation will impact POE2's number much? I don't. I would doubt it, but I've been wrong before. Okay, your name is Hollowness. All right, let's see what you did here. Let's see the infraction. So you got banned 1 year ago, and you went on an absolute tirade. I'm trying to read through all of this. I don't know if you were, like, I genuinely don't know if you were under the influence of drugs or alcohol, but you sent like 50 messages in a 30-minute span. You were talking about everything from drinking water to losing weight to doing exercise to Nazi doctrine to the laws of assaulting people in different countries to mass banning people to different forms of violence. I mean, you are an absolute fucking psychopath. And you only did it 1 day. And you did it 1 year ago. So can you explain... So I'll give you a chance. Can you explain to me why I should unban you? You seem completely batshit out of your mind. This seems like one of the best bans of all time. I just read through it. My little message thing just shut down the second I asked him a question, so now I can't even see what he said. A moment to try to fix this. Welcome to Principal Rax's office. You were talking to another person that was saying it was fine to be violent to others for things they don't like. I mean, you have many, many posts here about calling people Nazis and talking about the Nazi party, which I'm guessing was I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing it was never brought up. I mean, I got it right here, man. No, he's not being favorable toward the Nazis. He's saying stuff about, I don't know. It's kind of hard to even understand what he's even talking about. He's not promoting the Nazi doctrine, but he was here previous days, and every other day he was fine. He was always quote unquote normal every other day. And over multiple years, it was just this one day. People were calling other people Nazis for things that they don't like. He's Spanish, so it's a language barrier. It does seem like English might not be your first language, which is okay. All right, I'm just going to make it real simple. I'm willing to unban you if we stop talking about Nazis, and you're not promoting Nazis. You're not promoting violence, but these topics have nothing to do with video games and are not something I want to talk about ever. If we drop all this kind of nonsense, this one time you had a meltdown 1 year ago, I'll unban you. If that works for you, if we're not going to talk about Nazis and violence and stuff like that, I'll give you another chance. If you agree to that, I will unban you. Thank you. You don't like the Nazis for sure, and you don't want to talk about it? Okay, we all agree we don't want to talk about it. I unbanned you. Let's not talk about that stuff anymore. It works for you. Okay, it works for me too. Now go get your spanking from Daddy Rax. No, 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 no. That's not a punishment. That's a reward. You got to be real good to get a spanking or anything beyond. What are my favorite liked questions from this list? I like the first question. Are we going to get an endgame patch before the next patch? I don't know. Like, every casual in the chat is going to hate me for this. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think they need to lower the penalty in softcore, man. You lose a map, you go to the next map. If you build a glass cannon, I mean, I don't care if they lower the death penalty for you guys, but I don't think it needs to be lowered, man. Like, you got to have some kind of punishment playing the game. But if they lower it, I won't mind, but I couldn't care less about that. Tablets in the tab, I would love that. The pinnacles. Not so worried about the balancing of the pinnacles right now, because the game itself is undergoing tremendous balance all the time. I'd rather they balance the pinnacles in 1.0. He'd argue that POE2 has shifted tremendously toward POE1's identity. Doesn't feel that way to me at all. POE1, I delete everything instantly. POE2 is slow and methodical. Mike, the Doctor, Kilo. Let me see. Jordaline, did I say that right? Jordaline? Thank you so much for the subs, guys. What's the best pizza style and why is it Detroit? Anything thin. Anything thin. Thin crust, anything. How is my health update? So in my blood work, I've solved every issue, all of them, except my liver. But my liver is significantly improved from 1 year ago. So I still need to do more work fixing my liver, but I solved every other issue. My vitamin D is good. I just put more D in my mouth and then problems were solved. My fiber is completely fixed. My healthy cholesterol is fixed. I fixed everything. I lost the weight that they asked me to lose. So I'm a very good weight. So my health has improved a lot. So you guys are going to have to put up with me a little longer. But how will this help me game? Nothing will help me game. We're getting old and slow by the day. I need to open up my... I'm going to take notes on everything like I always do. Okay, the interview is about to start, so let's get this all loaded up here. Twitch.tv/talkativetry. Okay, we're going to turn off the Spice Girls. I know you guys are going to be mad about that, but Spice Girls are going off.
Music stays on until I get a message.
Tell me how the...
Oh, yeah, have we run...
Actually, wait. I have to mute it because if Talkative Try is playing... If he's playing music, I probably... With that 1 second, me unmuting that... and playing 1 second of a song, and I think it came through YouTube, that demonetized everything for YouTube. Just that little bap, just that little blip, boom, gone. I don't care, but YouTube is absolute dog shit. Never be a YouTube creator. So let's see here. God, I love that Peter Griffin laugh. Nexus and Mountain Yeti and Mike, the Doctor, Kilo. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Let me... My ads aren't turned very high, but let me run ads right now, just in case, so you don't get hit with them in the middle of the interview. All right? So, see you in 3 minutes. Be right back. You watched 200 hours of me over the last year? My man, read my joke? Oh no. What does an ARPG player's girlfriend and the Season 11 Paladin release have in common? They both get talked about a lot, but they don't exist. Jesus Christ. Damn. The booty hitting us all with strays. I would expand that a little bit further though. I don't think girls are real. Like, are girls even real, if we're being honest? It's crazy how out of all the content creators that Talkative Try got the interview. Like, maybe I just have the complete, like, wrong idea about this, but I'm glad that they're showing love to other creators. I don't know. I think, like, a lot of people are thinking, like, Talkative Try is not deserving, but why, though? I don't know. I don't have that opinion at all. Isn't Sarah a girl? Well, no, because we go back to point number 1, girls don't exist. So no, she can't be. Girls don't poop, girls don't fart, and girls aren't real. Exactly. Why is he not deserving of the interview? I don't know. No matter who would have gotten the interview, people would have been mad. If Zizaran would have got the interview, people would have been mad because Zizaran fought with them last time. If DM got the interview, they would be mad because DM always gets the interviews. If Talkative Try gets the interview, they're mad because somebody else didn't get the interview and he didn't deserve it. If I got the interview, it's terrible because when I interviewed Blizzard, I couldn't get any answers from them. It's no matter who would have gotten the interview, the internet would have complained about something. Can I unmute the channel so I can hear what he says? I will the moment the interview starts because he's playing music. If I unmute a browser that is playing music, I will get copyright stricken. That's why I have him muted. You know, the interesting thing about the interview that I had with Diablo, people were very, very upset with me saying that whatever, the interview is garbage. But here's my counter to that. I'm just waiting for anyone to tell me that I'm wrong. My counter is, I asked Blizzard the most difficult questions they have ever been asked in an interview by far. I literally asked them, there's no Diablo. People have no faith in buying the next expansion. People think you're just turning the game into Diablo 3.5. Over and over and over. I asked them some of the most difficult, the most difficult questions they've ever been asked, and they, for, you know, it's not like they didn't give me an answer. Well, some of them they straight up just didn't answer, but they didn't want to go into depth with the answers. So then people get mad at me. Well, why didn't you probe them further? It's like, dude, did you hear their answer? They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to answer me. People are saying I'm soft. Bro, I asked them the hardest questions they've ever been asked ever in any interview. Like, what do you want me to do? I think they were mad because I wasn't a dick to them about it. Like, I wasn't a fire-breathing dragon, like, demanding answers, telling them that anything that they said was unacceptable, da-da-da-da-da. It's like, you can be mad at the whole interview, you can be mad at me, and you can think that I suck at interviewing. All that's fine. But don't tell me I didn't ask them difficult questions. That's just complete nonsense. Literally asked them, like, the hardest questions they've ever been asked, ever. Okay, here we go.
Are you working remote today?
Let me close path.
Okay.
I can't hear Jonathan. Can you?
Oh, nice. Do you have a short commute or do you have a long one?
raided my stream
Oh,
with
that's
6
nice.
viewers.
See?
Troy, thanks
Good.
for the raid, man.
All right, let me carve you up and we'll get right started. There we go. Close chat as well because it's flying. All right, we're going to do an audio test and we'll get going.
Okay, he'll figure it out in the audio test. Yeah, I can't hear Jonathan Rogers.
There you go. Oh,
I have it as loud as possible.
I just enabled your audio. You should be good to go.
Is it fine?
All good. All right.
How does he sound?
I'm going. Hopefully everyone thinks it sounds all right. I've got my microphone just propped up on a box here, so hopefully it's, you know, I don't have a good audio setup in my, at home.
We cannot hear. Good,
Oh.
Good. Okay, they're good. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good? All right. I think we are good to go.
Okay, I have it at max.
Sweet.
This is as loud as I can make it, guys.
Do a little bit louder. All right, I'll do a little bit louder. I'll do it via Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. All right. All right, give me one more test for chat.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on POE2. That's what I normally say when I'm doing these.
Perfect. All right, perfect. All right, I'll do a silly YouTube intro and we'll hop right into it, man. Thank you for doing this as always. It's always a pleasure.
No problem.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rogers, to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update that ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it would be because we're seeing feedback about, you know, more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like, one of the big things that we, like, you know, that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and, you know, change to the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about, like, if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like, you know, things where we're like, you know, we're unhappy with, you know, the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. So yeah, but in terms of like content, those would usually be for the, you know, the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense and expected from me. Then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets so you can juice your maps a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now, the Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss. You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas. You got to find the citadels. And I gotta say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the burning monolith, and they will not find the arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So I think that in 031 we did. I can't remember whether it was in 031 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the like the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but it's the plan is to like. I mean, one of the things we want to do when we're improving the end game is we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for like the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that like for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The challenging part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type, you have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on, what we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if if people know exactly how this works, but there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and within one of those we do guarantee actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter like out of one in every two macro blocks. And like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right, yeah, I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing the market and stuff like that. So hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said, streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay, a few more endgame things that I just wanted to touch on here. There's also been a lot of people asking about a greater zoom for the Atlas, since there's so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so this is something that I could now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so honestly at this point I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern, so we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff. So therefore like it's not like too bad or anything, and people do want it. So yeah, as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Val, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things right now?
I don't usually, but in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then I did get a bit involved in the performance work, like. One of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like, here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff. And it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like let's try to work out some kind of coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like what we did previously we, like when you're rendering the game, you've got like and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that, we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then, of course, there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff, that I just kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And there's one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
that's
PC,
thing. But,
so it's awesome.
But there's still a lot more to do. Like I know, like just even looking at what we've got, like there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like, just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, like that kind of thing. Where it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it doesn't. It's like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right? That particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the it's like it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something, which is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time. And now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. It was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with the that I added that long ago, and so it's kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah. I mean, we've got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. Massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to POE2 specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So another question that a lot of people have about POE2's Endgame is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP, we have the inability to use tablets on map nodes, we lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die, and now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment, but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, like want to chat about. And effectively, that one, it is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't. You'd just be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in POE2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in POE1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like there needs to be an element of like you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100, and I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing. But like we've never seen it that way because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, you know. Like if you're talking about like, you know, like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those, a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you, you know, have a thing where, yeah, you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, like, you know, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. You know, and like to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing.
Right.
So I mean that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like that was just like it's just one league. Like I just thought it'd be a sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in POE2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too like would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is once again like there's the expectation. Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, you know, like by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned.
You know,
it
so
on
I actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it, and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like the way I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and like, you know, have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing.
100%
If I don't pick up an item or if I just like don't, you know, over there, I'm going to be completely judged.
100%
true. He was sort
You
of saying
got
you really
nothing to
shouldn't do
gain.
that because all it's just going to result in is like random those kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like, you know, having a chat to someone, playing the game, you know, that kind of thing. But he was saying like you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
people
you know,
can be
that's a bit of
brutal. They can be brutal, dude. So I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset when you're testing.
Yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go like play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA. You know, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot because, you know, like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have, you know, kind of catastrophic issues. And a lot of them come up, like, and especially more subtle ones, like along like with bosses and things like that, because, you know, like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing. And, you know, you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth. Okay, 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps. Okay, that was a
Right.
big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs, there's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, you know, that's fine, whatever, they'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build, you know, more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right? So
Yeah.
one of them is the swarming for sure, just like the problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it just was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just for whatever reason got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in Endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like, you know, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had like there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that you know, like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, you know, there's like, you know, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, you know, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, you know, like I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, you know, like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, you know, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, you know, type of thing, right? Or like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think, you know, we're going to have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like, you know, with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters in maps the same as
No,
before?
the number of rares is the same. So we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much. Like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually well, there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with league mechanics like ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more ritual favor you get? Have you guys thought about that?
Ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like, you know, like it's just like that basically, because the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting. All right. Now, with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, you know, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to be engaged with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in POE2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, you know, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and you don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release because it's something that we kind of can't, I think, justify while we're also trying to make, well, in particular, right, like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on you know, Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So, you know, like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities. Okay. Another question a little bit on visual clarity. So environmental clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 0.3.1. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys. I think you and Chris talk about, oh, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. You know, we're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be, really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that that wasn't as much of a problem. You know, I think that they split. I think they split the functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for just a couple of days ago, we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So, like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like, people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together as like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam can be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that, oh, but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things. And then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's how always kind of been.
Guys, I'm sorry. I gotta pause the interview for 1 second. There's some people insulting me, and that's fine. We ban them. I don't care. There's also a lot of some people insulting Talkative Try. Guys, I'm going to start banning you for that too. Can we stop fucking insulting people? Watch the interview if you want to watch it. And if you don't, get the fuck out of here. Thank you. The fuck is wrong with you guys? Leave him alone. He's doing a great job. For the love of fucking God.
Quake 3 scene of like, just textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that kind of thing. because like I, look, I understand the desire for it, but the I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning having there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
Really?
graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So another brief density question here that people have asked about. And I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller.
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
Not.
It's just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game,
Oh,
or
I
like,
don't.
Towards the end of the campaign?
I don't feel that at all. No.
Right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think one thing that's not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in Endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe some people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think everything is scaled a little bit down too. You mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, remove it from the game. The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in POE2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, there really is more Mark's domain. But at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like I think it's capable of being balanced. Like I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah, movement speed's very powerful in POE2. So I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that since the druids had so much attention,
let's do it.
The druid will end up being a pretty common one in 0.4.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking, we're like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context. And like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as an animal. But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have.
Holy
but
fuck!
It kind of
minus
lets
50?
you do a it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff
50%
as a druid, as an animal, to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was we said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get
Oh, wow.
You know, like actually get the damage to a good place, you know, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like, okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like, you know, just make sure that there's the options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, you know, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of, you know, it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic, like howling when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirits to
in terms
reserve?
of the ones, in terms of the ones that come with you. So you have you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion.
Okay.
And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more.
Geez.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds, you know, to make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once, you know, the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, you know, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're, you know, if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah, yeah, it looks sweet. I mean, the Tundra wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm gonna gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrade. So it's kind of cool.
Attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right, we're gonna go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the #2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in POE2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people...
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, you know, there are uniques that are available that can, you know, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video about like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like, okay, really? here's some just viable things that you can make, you know, just like made by our design team of, like, you know, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the, you know, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. And yeah, you just need to, you know, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, you know, like you don't. Okay, put it this way. You just need to make sure that, like, the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill. Right. Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like, it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So you know, there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In POE1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like, oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe, but there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop, popping up your totem
Right.
and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get though is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't specking entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right?
Yeah.
So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. In its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. You know, like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit.
Yeah.
This is a type of ignite where like every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take like, you need this unique and you need like a few things like to get to the point of you're doing that. It does require a little bit of effort, but the key thing is we wanted to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change Incinerate to use that system as well. So yeah, like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how Ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now.
Okay.
We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
It's
it
probably just. It's probably just early internet.
Trogdor.
There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long
Got it.
time ago. Don't even worry about it. No one should
Trogdor.
really have to worry about it.
Okay.
It's
Just really, really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think that's
you're right.
interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah.
Is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. We were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw. That I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game, really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges. And like, so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a Prime for Stun monster. So you can do that sort of, but as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged based or spell casting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character throughout the course of a skill animation.
A couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed. And that's what we try to do with our targeting thing, where like, so for example, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam. So it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can steer it the whole way. And effectively when we talk about moving while attacking, it's really more about skills like that, where you can do, like attacks, like the movement is still built into the animation. So you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right. So that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
As I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely freeform movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that... So, it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like, I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of like just that thing. Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly? And right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm going to get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. No. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that the upsides are higher on them as well.
Oh no, dude!
They
the
do.
question backfired.
There's not as many curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
right. I mean, we can.
Yeah,
as I think there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, like it's just an interesting thing, once again, to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like, I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
Okay. All right, I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting the Druid. So last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and a mace?
I wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like there's generally speaking, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just do get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like, I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean, what it does look like is you're trying to find a combo that that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got things like armor break and charges and random stuff like
Yeah.
that kind of like allow you to sort of potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. And you kind of will need to be able to learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have
Right.
infusions baked into them. That's something you
Right.
guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the sort set of skills.
Mhm.
But like, look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like it didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the sock.
Okay. Touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like one of the things that in POE1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In POE2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what POE1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in POE2 you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger as like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. The durations of things really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this interview with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, there's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that. So that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though, because can seem trivial, like, oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that. But it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like, it has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems. So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say I had 0% item rarity in 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like
You
you
don't
don't.
need
It
it.
absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works, and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
To follow the ups there, have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on. And like, there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE what do you call it, the sorry, the name's fallen out of my head, the thing that you use to make builds,
Path of Building.
Path of Building, sorry, yes. The Path
Okay,
of
I don't
Building.
use it
So I
either.
mean, things like Path of Building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I just I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding.
Maybe
to my
that might be an
vocabulary.
Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity, this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear? Because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots. Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse? Or
So I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the you still have to get the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do. But I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like okay, like I can see this is having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But it would just be a question. So one of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats. There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with Volatile Plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got the sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the room, like generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop with that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away, or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do at different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more. Things get more powerful as you go up, and then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure, but yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it
yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean the intention was to scale it into endgame, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on, where they give mods, and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max endgame juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple, and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, POE2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic, and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things, like now you can think about it, you can be thinking on a deeper level of like, I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building it, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to to get those UI cues and really well. So it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah, I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. You know, it has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to POE2 from POE1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah.
With
So I mean,
Abyss.
Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a POE1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a POE2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in POE2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the in-game stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. You know, like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas. And things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the in-game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with Endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push Endgame and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the Endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the in-game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league. So like that's just mandatory. So really it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch. And it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the in-game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the Druid, which I really didn't want to do. There was a point where we were like, could we sacrifice the Druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things deep in the pipeline you should do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no Druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's going to definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like, it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say Endgame, okay?
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and they're still ongoing as well. But like it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things. A big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like, there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark as often will say, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like POE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one. But from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played is the hard part sometimes because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at. Okay, like here's something that isn't played. Why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you. What happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon?
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, you know, we might do a more shape-shifting focused class for a third one. But if we did, it would have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shape-shifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like, we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years? There a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
it's
I
gonna
mean,
be cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. You know, like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But you know, like there's just like, it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy, but yeah, that's something that you know, it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf. Like there are things like that we did, but yeah, it's just been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a particular iteration of the Druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about, that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that
so definitely the plant monster. It was really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting just like feel to it. I mean, it was the same type of creature as Bramblegast, you know, like you're gonna be like Bramblegast in terms of like walking around. And it was pretty cool, but as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So you know, like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped.
I mean, I was really happy with it, honestly. Like you know, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. Was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's you know, let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class. And I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that, because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some...
So you can water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again, so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds? People have something to chase after and fight?
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment, that like can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah, ultimately it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher the well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. As I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately. So we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how exactly it works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. Like so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. The boss is resistant to stuff. And honestly, in POE1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In POE2, we didn't have it. It's been we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand with all of the effects, and then the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them.
We can probably sort that out. Like I agree that that's something that we just need to fix. I actually brought it up like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah,
but I'll see. I'll check out on that.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically where you just had holes in the progression and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, for a lot of the time, then that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder. And then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again. And then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get. And to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing, because that's something that's been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up. Right. So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially seeding.
Well, what more mostly is was just that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be. Yeah. And like that's obviously not right. So like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot, just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days, where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, the passive tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky and they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, get more levels in the passive tree, because it's not as powerful if they don't get, that gear drop. So do you have any, we talked about this before. Do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago, so like the new players, so they know, like I do, we'll just go check the shop when you level up. You're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Gamble with the gambler, you're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay. So I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're
You
there,
would
right? Like
hope.
it should be relatively clear. Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that could kind of be that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one. As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting. I think that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it, and the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map, and so that might be more we'd want to push people towards because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. And we've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things.
Mm-hmm.
The last league we had Abyss and we had the bones and that crafting and we had the special
Mm-hmm.
lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a lot of people though to go use resources outside of game because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You know, you go to POE2 DB or you go to like Craft of Exile and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know. Are you
So
interacting
I
with the
guess there's a
UI
couple
too
of
much or something? Or
So there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it'll still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that that doesn't feel wrong. We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you. But I think the better in situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. Like, but look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah. No need for like tutorial, just a resource in game to read, just so people
Right.
are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember
Right.
I was so excited when I saw like, oh, the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman. I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without, investigating first. So
Right.
sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear.
Right.
Now, I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses again. Now, in PoE2, Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops in POE1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in POE2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure when they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have 2 MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them, map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I'd buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like, look, it really is case by case. But like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the the thing of that, like it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit. I love them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying, with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the POE2 campaign 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is like all that content was really made for Endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra Endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that, or I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content for something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know, like there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious, like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath and Incinerate. Like I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, or like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because so in PoE1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematic sensical way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
Don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly.
Okay.
There's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go, because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is going to be
Right,
so
nothing
busted,
comes
and
to mind, unfortunately.
then the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay. Question about the future of POE2 and POE1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys are you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, you know, in an ideal world, are you looking at having grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, you know, working on POE1, working on POE2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people,
Burnout.
you know, trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it would be good if like, you know, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, you know, it requires like, you know, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
right?
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like, they have more bandwidth to do now, or?
We've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with. Okay, so first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in POE2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't know the status for it, but it still is planned. So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? Is that something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what
keybind
are you
entirely.
suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it, because some people have
okay.
really fat fingers. And they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
Right.
So,
I guess we could do that. Like we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option. Okay. I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great for people with fat fingers like myself. All right, this one I know has been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add
I
eventually?
mean, at some point probably, but
Okay.
unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in POE2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like, I think it really hurts how they look. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm
Like
not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that?
I suppose it's similar where it just
Similar
like
'cause
turns
it's an
into a bit
item?
of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not
Okay.
a huge fan of.
Okay. All right. For all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the
I don't have a specific thing. They're probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and just rework chaos generally. Like, I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like, we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework really, I would say.
Okay. Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. But yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so that is there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time, or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load, but you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday. Guys. That's what you want to do. Okay, the slash passives command we have in POE1 that shows us which passives we missed. Possibility of getting that in POE2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons.
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen, because like that's kind of what's showing you like. So for example, like maybe there should be like, for example, maybe there should be like a pop-down thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something, like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably that I think I'd prefer to just a chat command.
I like that.
And that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I gotta be, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True. He's still in
it's
New
the whole
Zealand.
item weight thing, right?
Yeah,
it's the whole item weight thing. It's very it's one of those things of like it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's the concern, and it always has been about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. But like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but yeah, I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and then he was on board. So,
okay, well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on console? Yeah, I don't know if that's you or Sony.
Radar.
Maybe
it wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity filter.
I'm like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
Yeah. I don't know. People they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like me.
Sure. I mean, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the pack, so therefore you didn't announce them
Oh,
the,
cool.
that's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally, we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because
Right.
those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the like different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that like there are like all the skills have something for the druid like right off the bat this time, which is something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak
So,
a bear form MTX? Is there like a panda?
Unfortunately, not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay. Two more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting at Zeri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to Adziri because she was like the very first expansion to POE1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Adziri, so there was also this whole like everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with like the trailer and everything as well. So yeah, that was a big one for sure. So yeah, I think it turned out very well, and we've got like a pretty awesome version of Adziri for the that kind of like lives up to what we were to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says Adziri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean, communing with the beast?
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and Adziri in the game to find that out. But yeah, you'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that.
Okay.
Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this Adziri storyline in the game. I see.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, well, you have what, 4 more days until the launch? I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope I hope there's not as many bugs as we people expect in the league.
I'm sure
launch.
there can be some, but yeah, hopefully we should be right.
Yeah, server's not on fire. Everything good. It's the Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player peak. We'll see. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
All right. So that was holy cow, I have 3 pages. My God. That was great work by Talkative Try. The thing, again, I'm really trying to not dwell on the negatives here, but I don't think, like, it had nothing to do with me. I was just sitting back here listening and taking my notes. I don't know if I've ever been more, like, collectively disappointed in just the internet than I have been today. Like, I can't believe how vile some of you guys are. Like, some of you guys, like, most of them are banned. Most of them are not even here anymore. It's just actually just really depressing, man. It's actually just depressing how negative and sour you guys are toward it. Most of the hate, most of it was directed toward Talkative Try. Bro, I bet 99% of you do not have the communication skills that Talkative Try does. I bet 99% of you cannot conduct yourself in a day-to-day basis in a happy way, the way that Talkative Try does. and then you come here and you endlessly insult him. It's just depressing, man. He's a very, very good communicator. I took speech and debate for a Class A school where we absolutely raffle stomped everybody, and he does a very good job. I would gladly take him on my speech and debate team. I just don't understand, man. It's really fucking depressing. Right. I understand I'm not even speaking to the people that were doing the problem. I understand that. I'm not insulting you guys. I'm speaking an opinion that I observed today. It's just very sad, man. It's pretty sad, honestly, but it is what it is. So I don't want to dwell on it. And again, there's no point to preach to the choir here, but I just want you guys to know in my stream going forward. And by the way, I'm at fault here. I have been very angry and negative toward, honestly, a lot of things in the last year or so. So it's not like I'm an angel and everyone else has been the problem. That's like completely false. But I am saying that I'm going to change it. I'm definitely going to change it because I'm sick of it. So this like overarching negativity and insulting people with no good basis for it, it's just not going to fly. Why do you keep hearing Peter Griffin? That's the new sound that it makes when everybody subs. It's pretty much the greatest thing ever. The Peter Griffin laugh will continue until morale improves. Thank you guys so much for all the subs. Okay, why don't we get back on more happy topics, and why don't we look at what was discussed here as a little recap for anybody who might have missed it. There was actually a lot of good information here. Okay, so let's go over very quickly the interview that just happened. It was done by Talkative Try. I thought it was a great interview. Got to the heart of a lot of really important questions that he and the community were coming up with. Let's just blast through them. So, are we going to get endgame changes before 0.5? This was supposed to be the endgame patch. We didn't get it. But last patch, they gave us like an endgame update in between. Are we going to get one of those? We're not going to get new content, but if there's something mechanically wrong or something they could fix, we could get that. So all the juicy stuff is coming next patch. Will it be more deterministic to get to the Arbiter because he unlocks juicing mechanics in the endgame now? He gives you rare tablets. They said they will update the quest lines to getting toward him, but they also want some degree of randomness. They don't want you to just walk to the Arbiter for free. But they have toned down the randomness between macro blocks, which is how the endgame is set up on the back end that we can't see. So overall, it will improve. Can we zoom out further for the Atlas? They will look into it. They didn't do it earlier because of performance issues. Now they'll probably allow us to do it. Are they going to relax on any of the death penalties in softcore? They want defenses to matter and the ladder raise to not be just who builds the best glass cannon build. So reaching the max level should be a huge deal, like it should be aspirational. If they can find a different way for people to stop, so essentially they don't want to nerf the XP penalty is the first part. The second part is if they can find a different way for people to stop item exploiting by dying on purpose, then they won't have to have the penalty where you lose the mechanics if you die. And they said that they don't think the number of portals going down is a problem. I'm pretty sure the community is going to disagree on this one. So If anything, it doesn't seem like any immediate changes are coming, and they don't seem to want to remove the XP penalty. This might be a really unpopular opinion, but I don't know if these exact penalties are correct, but I do agree with their philosophy that there should be penalties for dying in softcore. Everybody just making just the biggest glass cannon build they possibly can, I think, is honestly a very bad way to make the game. Are these penalties the exact right ones? Maybe not, but I won't shed one tear if they don't change this. Is Jonathan going to stream his gameplay? Because he said before he was going to. He said a streamer that he talked to told him it isn't a good idea. I couldn't possibly agree with this advice more. If Jonathan streams, it'll just be a lose-lose situation, where it otherwise could be a great opportunity to watch the developer play and see how he plays and have a conversation with him. It will just turn negative no matter what happens. I think whoever told him this is great advice. Why were the monster packs reduced? They said, well, originally it was just wrong. It's not supposed to be a nerf. They raised the rewards that compensated for the monster reduction, but it was limiting the amount of builds that were viable. People were just making spammy AoE builds like Lightning Arrow and Lightning Spear. They will look at the data of what comes up this next season, and if it's wrong, they'll change it again. Did they lower the number of rares? No. And it's also not reducing the number of monster packs. It's reducing the number of monsters in a pack. People are worried that the lower density is going to be a walking simulator. They said it definitely won't be that. Was ritual rebalanced for the lower number of enemies? Yes. So no, none of the endgame mechanics should be nerfed as a result of this change. Are they going to make rares more interesting to fight in the future? Yes, but right now it's not a top priority because they got way too many other things that they need to release. Are they going to make visual clarity improvements? They do this on a case-by-case basis when they see that certain skills are a problem. What's their opinion on the ROA? The ROA shouldn't be mandatory, but they think it should be in the game, and they're balancing it so the cost is right for the reward that you get for using it. Do they think the Druid will be meta next season? They said this is very likely because many people will play it. They're testing the endgame versions internally and making improvements to builds that aren't very good, like the werewolves, like Wolfpack is not very good. So they're buffing it, they're adding passives to the skill tree, and they're adding keystones to make it work. They also said there will be a video out later this week where they came up with some builds that they will show us. Excuse me. Will the Druid have more companions in the future? They could, but it's not in the near future, and it's not supposed to be a primarily minion character. Why did they make the totems require charges? Because they don't want all spellcaster builds to just be totem builds because they're superior. Obtaining the charges needs to be decently challenging, so when you use it to upgrade the skill, it feels powerful. More info on the Druid endgame. Okay, here's the thing about the Druid. They said full spell totem is viable, and they said the Wyvern Flame Breath is going to stack ignites on every hit, which will be very good for bosses. They're thinking about applying this to other skills in the game. And with full uniques, you will be able to fly around as your dragon and just burn the whole map down. Will they add moving while attacking to melee skills? They don't think they're going to do this because they think it'll make the melee characters feel floaty. Why do warriors have more downsides than the other classes in their part of the tree? They said they try to make the upside a higher magnitude to compensate for this, and they don't feel like it's a huge problem. They would prefer to add more of these kiss curse mechanics nodes around the tree. I got to be honest. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would respectfully disagree with this. I feel like the warrior side does feel like really bad. It's like plus 40% more damage at minus 20% attack speed. That is a I don't know the actual numbers, but it's like a devastating penalty. And it just feels so bad. It just feels so bad to walk over there and click those nodes. I've made all the classes multiple times. I feel like walking over there does feel worse. So when they said that didn't feel like a huge problem right now, I'm not sure that I would agree with that. And then the fact that they would prefer to put more of those around the tree is probably going to make me lose sleep at night. What about hidden penalties like movement speed, the movement speed penalty on wearing heavy armor? They think thematically they like the feeling of it. Not super thrilled about that, but it is what it is. People feel that picking up power-ups like remnants and infusions is not worth it. Are they balancing this? One change they're doing is making the duration longer so it doesn't feel as frantic. I do think that is a big part of the problem. I played the Sorcerer last league, and I played the infusions, and you're essentially just playing connect the dots, right? You kill monsters, and you go dot, 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 dot to get your infusions for your spells, and then the next one is powerful. It was a very great question from it. Just really doesn't feel good. If they last a lot longer, that is a step in the right direction towards solving the problem, so it doesn't feel as frantic. That is part of the problem. I'm not sure if I'm still thrilled to use these, even with that change, but we'll see. Future of rarity on gear, they want to replace it with a valuable mod that isn't more damage, that players would like to have, that isn't mandatory but helps you. They say that's not easy to do. And they said this already on the previous campfire, or whatever it's called, the interview, but they reiterated again that a lot of the people that think they understand how rarity works and post guides on it or whatever is not correct. It's way more complex than anybody thinks that it is. Do they have stats on how far players get into POE2? They have those stats, but they don't look at them unless they have a change in mind beforehand that they want to confirm with the stats. They felt like looking at the stats first and then making that drive changes is a great way to make big mistakes in the game. As someone who studied mathematics and statistics for my undergrad, we would always laugh at statisticians and say statistics is a very interesting field of research because you can make statistics essentially say whatever you want by just sliding over like what piece of the pie you're showing. So the mathematicians and the statisticians that I grew up studying with couldn't possibly agree more with this statement. I think that's a great insight from Jonathan. Are the Val Temple rewards all from chests and bosses, or do the monsters drop loot? The monsters drop loot too, and that loot can be juiced if you buff the individual rooms. So the rewards will come from everywhere. Are the new leagues seem more grand and developed than the previous ones? Are the newer leagues the quality that we should expect going forward? Are the older ones going to get buffed? They said the newer leagues are what they expect for releases in POE2, and 0.5 should buff like everything. So they're really touting the next expansion, or for the endgame, is going to be huge. How did the release in China go compared to the global release? They essentially just said, fine. What piece of the community feedback shaped this patch the most? They said making more build diversity and balance changes is the main thing. How do they go about buffing ascendancies? Mark does research based around why don't people play this, and then what would make people play this. Why isn't there a shape-shifting ascendancy class? They want ascendancies to be used on multiple classes and not tie it down to one, but they might release one that is more for shape-shifting, but would also give bonuses to other classes for doing things similar to shape-shifting. Pinnacle boss HP was nerfed. Is there a plan to make it harder for the top-end builds? Not right now. They don't want to limit the amount of viable builds, but maybe they'll change it later. Why was the boss resistance window added? They only did that to prevent preloading them with damages and ailments to essentially just kill them instantly where they stand. It only lasts a few seconds. Tablets are hard to manage because their icons look similar and we don't have a stash tab for it. They said they'll look into it and change it. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve in the campaign? Mostly, but they want to ramp up the difficulty during an act, and then when you hit the next act, it should have a little bit of a break for you so you can breathe and get ingratiated into it. They also said that the weapon upgrades during the campaign aren't perfect right now because you can go many levels without getting an upgrade. The way that they plan to fix some of this in the future is to make the side quests more lucrative or to guide people over to them to power up. Will they ever put crafting info available like POE2 DB or Craft of Exile into the game so people don't have to tab out to get the info? They aren't completely against it, but they will never be able to obsolete those third-party sites, but it could be improved. Are ailments going to be harder to apply since monster health has gone up? They think that they have solved this, so it shouldn't be more difficult, and that's their philosophy. It shouldn't be more difficult to apply ailments. Will there be an easier way to farm uniques or fixed rewards in the game? They don't have a strict philosophy one way or another, but they do want a balance of fixed drops and random drops to be worthwhile. Can they detach MTX functionality, like how long you're in a map, or how many kills you got, or how many currency you picked up, from specific MTX items? They said they're trying to do that more and more. We heard there's a transmog system coming. Is there an update on that? It's coming, but no update. Will there ever be a different option from the campaign to run a bunch of interludes instead of the campaign? They hadn't thought about that. It won't happen in the short term, but they'll consider it. Is there going to be a way to apply many smaller dots instead of the current way to do a big hit to make one dot in order to play with that fantasy? They said it probably won't be the core way to do it, but it could be unlocked by certain things like uniques. What is the future structure of grinding gear games going to be like, working on PoE 1 and 2? Are you going to have separate teams, or are they going to work together on both games? They would prefer to have two separate teams, but they said that's very difficult. They're going to move toward it, but it's going to take a lot of time, so a lot of people will be working on both. Can we have a separate keybind for sprint? They think that they can add that. Death recap? I think they said maybe in the future. I didn't completely understand the answer. Different colors for prefixes and suffixes and map modifiers. They don't want to do that. Are chaos attacks going to be added to quarterstaffs? They went much bigger than that, and they said not immediately, but chaos damage needs a rework anyway. It needs like an ailment attached to it or something. They said chaos damage sucks. They're going to have to rework it. Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. They're working on it, but if you have major problems, clear your shader cache. Can we do slash passives in PoE2? If you don't know what that means, in PoE1, when you're done with the campaign, you slash passives, and it just tells you, did you get every permanent upgrade in the game that you needed? They said they would like to add it, but they don't want to do it with a chat command. They want to do it in the actual UI window. Will we ever get auto sort inventory? Jonathan said Chris will kill him if he does this, and item weight has to be a thing. He said he's not a big fan of it, but he didn't say it was impossible. He didn't say it was out of the question. Can we have a profanity filter on console? He said they've never been asked this once in their life. They'll look into it. And will shape-shifting have MTX? There will be shape-shifting MTX. So overall, I mean, again, I give credit to Talkative Try because he asked a lot of pretty important questions that the community cared about. And it's not so easy to go into an interview right after someone had, like Ziggy has like a 2 or 3 hour interview before him to ask most of the questions. It is not so easy to come up with like 50 questions that people would actually care about. But I thought the conversation was really good and definitely worth a listen to besides just my recap. So I enjoyed it. I thought it was good info. Grinding Gear Games has a pass with death recap, but the Chinese version of it, you have to pay for it. Really? I did not know that. Really? The Chinese version MTXs are goated. In China, you can pay for revives. You can revive on the Arbiter. China and pay to win name a more iconic duo. It does seem like that. Like when I was talking with the Torchlight Infinite devs for a long time in the alpha of the game before they released the actual game. And I can't tell you, we literally begged them to not add the pay to win pets in the Western release. And they're so dialed into the pay to win pet system because of like the Chinese markets that they seem to be unable to imagine a game that doesn't have pay to win. China has paid revives, which let you instantly rebirth with no XP loss. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, the one thing that I thought was the only thing that I heard spoken in the interview, which I thought was like actually like factually incorrect, was they were talking about the Roa nerf. It's like, so unless I'm stupid, the Roa movement speed got nerfed by 15%, but the action speed got buffed to 100% from 80, right? So the Roa got better. Did it not? Or am I a stupid ass? When I read that in the patch notes, I thought the Roa got better. But they were talking about the Roa got nerfed. I was like, nerfed? Didn't it get buffed? I should verify that if possible. Verify what? The Roa thing or something else? Yeah, I like, for me personally, like, okay, look at this. If we open, oh, we got an update. If I open Path of Exile 2, just take a look at this. Look at how you verify, like, it's perfect for me right now. I'm at the end of the campaign. Look at how I verify whether I'm actually done with the campaign or not. Can I go in and play? Let me put this back in the center here. I will do it pixel perfect. That's pixel perfect. There. Okay. So if I do this, what do I do? So I open this, and now I'm trying to verify if I did everything. Here's what you don't do.
Thank you for the recap. Just got off work, going home to sleep.
Dyer got off work and you're going home to sleep. All right, buddy, get some sleep. GG's. Here's what you don't do. You don't look here at the skull for an X. You don't look here for an X. The first thing you have to do is you have to like find an icon that has a plus sign by it. So this has a plus sign, and then does that have an X? I think this actually also gives you, doesn't this give you a permanent buff as well? It's like you have to look for this, and then you have to look for this. It's like, it's so weird how you verify. Like, I think Act 2 is the worst. Like, for me, it's like, it's so hard to see if you act like there's a little plus sign right here. For me, this is very hard to see. It's like this whole system of verifying if you got everything is beyond bizarre. So they need this so badly. Yeah, and then you also have to check the underground by now. You also have to check the underground. Slash passive is a POE1 thing. Open the quest menu, not the map. I'm not even kidding you. I've never even looked at this. I have never even seen this. I've never even seen this before. I didn't even know this was a thing. I've never seen this. I have like 1,300 hours, but I don't think I would use this. Well, I guess this is pretty easy. You actually just look at the bottom for the reward icons. So if you don't see any reward icons here, is that what you do? You didn't know that existed either? I've never clicked this arrow before. I didn't even know this was a thing, actually. I guess this is easier, because now what you do is you click this and you're looking for this. You're just looking at the bottom. Did you miss any permanent thing? Okay, that's much easier. I've never seen. I learned something new. I've never even seen this before. But that doesn't work though. Rax, just open the passive tree and see if you have 24 points. That doesn't help me, because it's not just passives. It's the lightning res. It's the fire res. It's the rewards for the tattoos. The da 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 da. It's not just passives. I guess one way you can check if this number is 24 in the top right, you probably got every passive point. But remember, guys, remember the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation is not, can all of us figure out whether we have everything? We can figure it out one way or another if we look here, or we look here, or we open the quests, or we can figure it out. The point is, it's not easy to figure out. If you're a new player and you're kind of wondering, what did I miss? It's not simple. It's not, a new player wouldn't know the number is 24. A new player doesn't know that in Act 2 you have a lightning res quest right here. That's the point. The point is not, can you and I will sit here all day. We can figure out anything. The question is how is it for everybody just logging in and playing? But they said, Grinding Gear Games said it could be improved, and they said they would prefer to have it on the map. On the map, like, I don't know, up here or something, or down here. Did you complete these things or not? 0 out of 3 or whatever. So they agree. It's not good. They'll do something.
Our baby is 1 month, hee hee.
All right. Well, I was actually going to do it today, but I guess I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to level a warrior and just pray that we get patch notes. If not, I don't know, man. I want to try to theory craft a Druid leveling guide that I'm pretty sure will work for people, but I just don't have... I don't have the tools to even begin to start to do a thingy. I think a lot of it will be on Friday. Taijudo, I think it'll be on Friday. I'm going to try Shield Wall Warrior tomorrow for the lulz. And then, well, today... I'm sorry, is today Tuesday? No, today is Monday. Okay, so we got... Okay, I thought today was Tuesday. It's actually better that today is Monday. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Appreciate you. Grateful for your work. Our 1 month baby. Our baby is 1 month for 10. I gotcha. Thank you, guys. Okay, we got some time. I'm just praying. Yeah, I'm missing every single piece. I'm missing every piece that I would need to even begin to theory craft something. I don't know the skills. I don't know the tags. I don't know the scaling. I don't know the passive tree, and I don't know the ascendancy. So if we get to like Wednesday and we get nothing, I'll probably put out a video on Thursday and I'll be like, my Druid plans. I'll be like, listen, guys, I will have a guide for you as fast as humanly possible that murders, but I don't have any of the tools to even begin a planner of any kind. So I will just tell you my ideas for what might work. But hopefully Grinding Gear Games just gives us anything so I can do something. I don't think that was a question, Jan. I didn't see that one. Are we going to be playing Minesweeper? If the POE thing doesn't, if the POE servers crash, we're going to be playing a lot of Minesweeper, yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to head out today. Thank you so much for being here. If you survived the ban hammer earlier, there were a lot of people banned for just shit-talking Talkative Try. If you were one of the survivors, thanks for not being a piece of shit, man. Even if you don't like Talkative Try, can we at least be respectful toward people? Like, can we at least be decent human beings to other human beings? Like, fuck. And I'm gonna raid Talkative Try for the interview and give him some love here. And do me one more favor, please, guys. Can I ask one more favor? Please don't bring up the negative. Don't bring up to Talkative Try that there was a ton of negativity toward him. That in and of itself is negativity. Just be nice to him, all right? We don't need to. Don't even tell him that it happened. Please, don't even bring it up. Thanks for being here, guys. Tomorrow, we're literally at the end of the campaign. In fact, I might not even finish it. I guess we finish it for fun. And we're going to make a warrior tomorrow and pray for patch notes. Pray that we can actually theory craft something. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. Have a great night.